Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also below this video you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to, first of all, Austin Whitsitt and John Keys, DL Hill, Julian Jeremiah, Maxi Tycan, Michael Kahn, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Bose Nail, Samson, Maris, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Lost Cat FE, Open Minded, Del West Watson, Mike, Muted, Dick Earth Skeptic, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Rob H, The Real Gabster, Windrider, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Naibai, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic936, Life is Short, Fireball X, theflatearthchannel.com, Texas Mike, Edwin Johnson, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. You've gone.
Are you there, Nathan?
Yeah.
Oh, I lost you for a bit. I was gonna say, oh, you're saying go on to me. Okay, sorry about that. I was gonna say, oh, so all the time we're blaming 10th Man, it was actually your fault, eh?
No, still his fault. He's got a load of crappy distortion on his mic that the noise suppressor's trying to sort out. So
listen, you hear that on the show too, on the re-up of the show. Every time he comes on, you just hear. Even,
yeah, well, you didn't used to 2 weeks ago. You didn't hear that because the noise suppressor was dealing with it, but it made everything else sound veiled and muffled, and I didn't like it. Now, getting rid of it means that we don't get the every time 10th Man starts talking, but we do get all the distortion that the suppressor was dealing with.
Oh, so I got you. So now we're hearing all of that. Even so, like when he comes on, he comes off mute and he goes into a dialogue. You hear him clear, but you also hear the background static.
Right. So over the last, I don't know, year, maybe longer, I've been looking at microphones, and Bandrew Says Podcast, who's also known as Podcastage. People will be familiar with him, along with Chris. I think it's Chris Judd is his name. The people with hundreds of thousands of subscribers that deal with microphones, that is. Hold on just 1 second, I'll just let 10th in. However, I thought I had an issue with OBS, right? So as a result, I started asking a few YouTubers, what exactly do you think this distortion is? And in the instances that I asked, is it Chris Judd? Yeah, Curtis, sorry, I'm glad I checked. Curtis Judd is the other microphone guy who's very popular, that has very good information. Anyway, like I say, I didn't think this was a mic issue. I'm almost certain it's not clipping that was causing this little distortion. Not the one I was just talking about with 10th. Hello 10th, by the way. Just a different distortion that was just coming through the stream that I didn't like and couldn't track down. So I asked a couple of people who are experts on YouTube in OBS, all things OBS, and neither of them gave me an answer. Right, so they don't get mentioned now. Anyway, one guy did.
We're still talking again.
Say again. Say again. Say again, Righteous. I think Righteous might have some issues.
Yeah, I think he's having issues.
I think so too.
Okay, so the guy who got back to me was a guy called Sound Speeds, or his channel name is called Sound Speeds. SOUND space SPEEDS. So Sound Speeds. And he's a boom mic operator. Very good one too. Works on feature films and TV shows and all sorts of other things. And gives advice on boom mic operating if that's your thing, which it probably isn't. But given that I wanted to set up a boom mic, it makes sense that you'd ask or go to a boom mic operator's videos. And he was kind of a last resort. I've got to be honest. I thought that this guy happened to do a live stream a few days ago. Just doesn't typically do lots of live streams. Mostly he does pre-edited videos with advice on a particular piece of equipment or a review. Yeah? And in this instance, he'd done a live stream, and he just so happened, about 20 minutes into his live stream, to have this little click, this little pop, whatever you want to call it, bit of distortion. I'm like, there it is. There's that sound that I've been tracking down. I'll ask him, see if he knows. Why not? I asked everyone else. I doubt he'll know. He's a boom mic operator, right? He's not a live streaming expert. So I asked him the question, laid it out, put an exact timestamp and described the distortion to him in the message. And he got back to me. He's like, it's packet loss. What's happening is the compression's being recompressed through OBS. Then you've got a minor tiny bit of lag in the internet, and it just can't reconcile the data. You get a packet loss, and then it catches up, and then you hear it as that distortion. I was like, holy crap! I've been tearing my hair out for the last 3 weeks looking for what this could be. Along with, don't get me wrong, along with a lot of other things that I've been trying to track down and have found solutions to. But just this, it's like the last thing. Now, don't get me wrong, it might be that I can't improve that because it might be my data strength from my carrier, which I thought was exceptional, and they tell you is exceptional, just isn't good enough. In which case, not a great deal I can do. Hey, Righteous.
Hey.
Are you having issues in Discord?
Yeah, we couldn't hear you there. I was just checking. I guess I'll move you up and down.
When you say you can't hear me, nobody can hear me in Discord?
Oh, I've had you the whole time.
Oh, it's just Righteous that can't hear me.
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay. You can stay in here if you want, Righteous.
Wait a sec, I got my music blaring. My sound settings are different now that I'm here. Did I say that again?
That's alright. I said if you want to, as it's working, if you want to stay in here, so long as you're vigilant with the mute button, more vigilant than ever, because you can easily hijack the show from that seat. I'll just round out what I was just saying. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. So if you're interested in microphones, this guy, although he's a boom mic operator, does reviews on all sorts of different equipment, not just microphones. He also gives advice on doing voiceovers, which is very specific to anybody who's watching this, that also broadcasts. But sound speeds, go and subscribe to him. Very interesting guy. Very interesting stories, if nothing else. If you're not even interested in microphones, listening to a guy talk about his experience on set, operating a boom with talent, actors, then that might be interesting to you too. So just check him out. You might find him interesting. I certainly did, and he was very useful when I was picking a new microphone. So there we go. Check him out. Sound speeds. And if you're listening, which you probably aren't, in fact, I'm almost certain you won't be, but thank you anyway. Oh, one more thing. If you do happen to go and check out Sound Speeds, and you do happen to like him, let him know I sent you. Say, Nathan Oakley sent me. Love your stuff. Because obviously I know that I've got a plethora of microphone enthusiasts amongst my audience. So obviously that was a worthy shout out, and I'm sure the guy will be elated. Actually, a very nice community. I mentioned that I think it's Brandon, but his channel's called Podcastage. Brandrew, that's it. Not a common name here in the UK. But is it Bandrew? I'm saying your name wrong, my friend. My apologies. But just a dude that reviews microphones, and there's like a fairly tightly knit community of other live streamers that all do the same sort of thing. Audio production, microphones, mixing desks, consoles, interfaces. What else do they cover? Live recording devices, Zoom things, all of that sort of stuff. Which does interest some people. I'm sure there is a small percentage of people that are interested in that sort of stuff.
Everything I'm not interested in. Brilliant.
It's fair enough.
Gee, Neil, I thought you'd be floored.
No, it is interesting, but I don't need any of that. I got a phone.
That's fair enough.
Need a centipede to floor Neil.
Yeah, other than you being here, but that's not your bag, right? You're here out of pleasure, out of choice, as opposed to me. I'm here to make a living and want to obviously up the standards as much as possible.
And I appreciate that. Nothing better than a vigilant boss.
Anyone see Brian's new video?
Yes, I saw
had a
both of them.
chance.
Yes, both excellent. Subscribe today to Brian's Logic.
Both of them. You mean the first one that came out on the sextant and the second one? Is that both?
He did two. He did one on Moon. They call it Earthshine,
Oh,
but
I see,
he did
okay.
two.
I've yet to see it, but I can't wait to watch it.
I thought you were going to launch into explaining how much they were wonderful to you, and
Well, I was at 5:42 in the morning right now, and I went to bed late, and my eyes still trying to open up.
Brian is the man right now.
No, I can't wait to watch him do it, because that was my whole hope in the beginning, was people would run with it and make their own videos. So this way we hit the globe and the anti-flat earthers from all sides.
Which, by the way, I invited Nathan. I don't know if you got it, but I sent the video to you and I put it on Master B. There's this comedian called Vic DiBitetto that I'm trying to get to join the show, since he's got all this knowledge and how he thinks that flat earth is stupid. I invited him to join the show one day and let us know where our error is.
okay. If he's got any smarts about him whatsoever, he'll watch the show beforehand and go, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I put in all your info. Told him to watch the show, because he thinks he's like the world. He thinks they got science. Thinks he went to the moon. So everything that we do, we're conspiratards to him.
To be fair, I am a lot more gentle with globe believers. Now there's a line drawn between what is a globe believer and what is an anti-flat earther. And I tend to be a lot nicer to the globe believers until they start behaving like anti-flat earthers. Then they get the sharp end of my tongue.
Yeah, well, he is a globe believer, because he doesn't know anything about it, so he's going with the rhetoric of the world, and he just looks at us like flat earth dummies. Yeah, they're just flat and bolts will fall over the edge. That type of thing. But he does think
Easy
that
target my
science
ass.
proved it.
We have a challenge. What do you mean, easy target my ass? What bit do you object to?
They think that when they come in here half the time, they're thinking that they're going to come in and school us and save us from ourselves. It's an easy target my ass.
I thought you were saying that that's an easy target.
No, what he's saying is if he came here, he's agreeing with Neil. He's sort of appealing to Neil's sentiment, which is to say, yeah, you might feel that generally, but if you came here, you'd get a different impression. But would you not agree, Ryan, that as a general rule of thumb, your average flat earther, if you're going to stereotype, doesn't necessarily know a great deal about their opponent's argument. Even though they are ex-globe believers, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be super sharp on all of the arguments that we use here. So do you not think his sweeping generalisation as a comedian is not actually quite accurate? We deal with enough numpty flat earthers too, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is my other point too. I heard him mention this like 7 months ago. People contact me about flat Earth. Are they kidding me? Do they not know about the eclipses and things like that? So, like, flat Earth the word is getting out there. I mean, it's for him to even bring it up. I mean, something to think about. So other people are contacting him.
So Nathan, what do you think of Brian's video, since you've seen that, the one on the sextant, the one I have yet to see?
As you're asking, it's a little bit more difficult to shower him with uber praise, because a lot of the information that he's presenting I've had already from you and have given you the exact same praise. By the same token, he's giving the same information as you, and it's awesome. So, I mean, what can I say? It's ace, right? He's giving out a flat earth proof, and he's just laying it out there in very concise as you. I can't fault Brian for how he's presented it, But ultimately speaking, it's you that spent the last 12 months sort of dripping this information into the pre-shows. So, like I say, because it's you asking, I won't just go, oh, isn't he wonderful? He's showing how the Earth's flat. Because it's like, well, yeah, he is, but originally that came from you. But I don't want to, by the same token, not give him praise. In the same way as if somebody goes out and has a good battle with the Black Swan argument, you're not going to belittle them for using something that originally came from QE. Far from it. In fact, you say, good for you, glad you've ran with it. But I know Brian hasn't just taken what you've done and just run with it. He's done his own research, so it's a kind of tricky one, and that's why you've just had a load of disclaimers. But to your point, excellent video, very concise, details how it cannot work on a curved surface. I even left a few remarks to people who had commented him, whoa, why can't it work on a curved surface? It should just work fine. Like, no, you can't get the bottom of a triangle. Simple. Doesn't work on a curved surface. It can't work on a curved surface, as Brian detailed.
That's just dumb. They would ask a question like that after he's detailing it?
Yeah, they don't. I've learned over the last few days that they don't read or hear what we say. They see and hear what they want to see and hear. And anything that doesn't go along with their rhetoric, they literally stick their head in the sand and ignore. I'll give you an example, although it's very last week. So the Pat Brittenden and conspiracy Catz ordeal. I'm telling them, I will debate. I want an R value. Now, the elephant in the room is the very first thing that the response video from Pat generated. Nathan says you haven't got an R value. Fortunate for me, he doesn't know the implications of what he says because he doesn't understand by self-confession. So he's there saying, Nathan says you haven't got an R value. Yeah, this isn't a shock, ladies and gentlemen. I've been asking for, 3 years? But because he's being asked directly about it, pre-debate, I mean, Pat said it was to ask for an unrealistic concession. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is very telling. Me asking for my winning point that I've been asking for 3 years. And I even sent Pat a video, sorry, I digress, with a link to one of Catz's videos. And the first thing in the video is him highlighting me asking him in a comment for R, right? Never addressed, of course. So, like, yeah, it's not unreasonable. This guy knows me and knows I'm asking for R. I'm in his comments asking for R. I'm in his video highlighted asking for R. So can I have R? Because if not, it just seems like it'd be boring. I'd be asking him for R. This is me paraphrasing the email exchange, right? After the fact, obviously, I've not given it a great deal of thought. Because number one, other than seeing Ranty had made a thumbnail that said I'd run away, and presumably Catz has done exactly the same, I've just carried on conversing. I don't give a shit what Ranty or Catz say. They're liars. Now, it transpires that this I take you saying you want to debate and just raising a few concerns that I don't give a shit as, I'm going to take that as you running away. Or you declining. So he's passed this on to Catz, he's passed this on to Ranty, and then they've gone amongst their little circles telling them that. And then the quotes are really clear. I will debate, happy to debate. Things like that, right? And the host, Pat, saying on his video, the strangest things happened after him saying he wants to debate. It's really weird. He says he wants to debate. It's like, yeah, it's weird because all of the dicks around you are telling you the opposite. And you're telling me the opposite, the person you're communicating with. Even though I'm telling you explicitly in no uncertain terms, no, I do want to debate. I'd just like you to address, and finally get to my point, the elephant in the room. We've been asking for 3 straight years and we debunked it 18 months ago. So it's not an unreasonable request, it's my winning argument that has been ignored completely by anti-flat earthers for 3 straight years. So yeah, I'd like an R value, please. Also, I'd prefer it wasn't ignored 80 to 100 times as discussed with Tommy Hench. So there we are with this elephant in the room. There's no R value, and when it comes to things like that, they don't hear it. Does not compute, does not go in, does not stay in memory drives. Just completely head in the sand, ignored. And then they're all shocked and shaken when I tell somebody who wants me to line up with somebody he lines up that I'd like an R value if they've already encountered me and ignored me for about at least 18 months on the subject. Yeah, that's not unreasonable if I've already encountered them. I've already won, but they just haven't conceded it yet.
That's a perfect example. You're right, Nathan. They hear what they want to hear.
So I'll stress it now. Fundies and anti-flat earthers. Yeah, that's right. We have indeed been asking you for R for a considerable amount of time. And me saying I want R isn't really a shock. Or me running away, it's just me pointing out how we've won. Now, on the globe side, you might see that as a, quote, unrealistic concession to ask for. And ain't that just the point? if we had an F value that we punted, and every single time we made an assertion that Earth was flat, we referred to an F value, and every single claim we made was based on the F value, and then I entered into a debate and someone says, can you ask him to prove the F value? Because I've already disproved that the thing even exists. And I turned around and went, so he's backing out then? I'm like, how's this not computing? You've said you've got something, F. Give it him. Why aren't you just giving it him? He says you haven't got it and he's not prepared to tolerate some nonsense about an F value that you haven't got. Why don't you just give it him if he says you haven't got it? I don't understand in this nonsense. Just give him his F value. If he says you haven't got it and you say you have, just give it him. And then we can go ahead. Right?
That's pretty good.
So I say I want the R value. Yeah, that's not unreasonable. We've debunked it. It's used in every single claim of a globe. So I'd like it. Did you think when I asked it daily for the last 3 years that was a joke? I didn't really want the R value to prove that you're on a sphere, you assume. I just kind of asked it for the sake of it. And should we enter into a quote-unquote unbiased arena, that would be a biased arena with a globe believer who doesn't give a shit about the flat earthers' concerns. Just like Flat-O, yeah? That's what these people want us to see as unbiased. Here's your flat friend here. He's got a globe belief. Well, he's biased in favour of you then. Let's see how he deals with a few concerns I raise. I don't give a shit about your concerns. Oh yeah, he seems really friendly. Really unbiased. Yeah, that's what they need. Because obviously they're in the minority. No, not at all, Nathan. Don't be stupid. They're in the majority with 7 billion people behind them. So they need a biased moderator. Don't they? And obviously us, the minority, we're to be feared. You couldn't just come in here and pummel us. Or give us R like we've been asking for. Better to just ignore it. Right? Yeah, we are genuinely asking you to provide evidence of the R value. We're not joking. That's the basis of your fundamentalist religious belief in a sphere. Ignoring the fact that you don't have one anymore won't help you in any way, shape or form. It's embarrassing. Especially when asked for it, if you then accuse your opponent of running away. No, I'm not running away. I just want R. I tell you what, as is still the case with Pat Brittington, because he hasn't officially got back to me and said no debate, as it stands, I've said absolutely I'll debate him. Just address the fact that Catz can't cope with something being put to him in excess of 100 times. By multiple people. And specifically, the R value has been debunked. Catz is well aware. It's in his video. I've shown Pat Brittington him highlighting a comment from me asking for it. So everything's out in the open. It's not like I don't ask for it daily. All you're going to do is address the elephant in the room. Give me that F value that I always use to claim Earth is flat. Oh, my bad, I don't, do I? But you definitely have an R value that's debunked that you've just stuck your head in the sand and ignored, and now can't give me and seem shocked and shaken when I ask for it. Yeah, I ask for it daily. This is not a shock unless you're an ostrich with your head in the sand.
This is like the Italian soccer team playing like a preschool soccer team, and they're still crying and asking for help.
Why couldn't it be an African American soccer team?
It could be that too.
Good morning, guys.
Unbelievable. 7 billion people, and they're crying foul and asking for more help.
I don't know what I walked into, but the problem I'm coming into is that they don't even know how to define things. I asked the dude because I knew like everything he was giving me wasn't a hypothesis, and I didn't want to be disrespectful. So I said, how about we just both define what a hypothesis is, not, via our words, but through citation from a, credible source, quote unquote. And the dude keeps telling me what qualifies a valid hypothesis rather than, because I already told him it's not valid. So the only thing I can do now is get us both to agree on terms, and he refuses to do it. Like, what are we, 5? That's like when that Masto came in and was like, what did he say? Please, someone.
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, a lot of times what it is they'll define it by what it's not, which is not a definition, Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, you ask them what a hypothesis is, and they'll say educated guess based on fact.
That's wrong.
No shit.
I'm so glad we're covering this on Sunday, I've got to be honest. Or Saturday, rather.
Yeah, get back to the basics.
They don't even know how to use a dictionary. That is, I don't believe that. So it's either they don't know how to use a dictionary, because this, I don't know how the psychological. It's like once you're shown the trick, how comes you don't snap out? That's the thing that I'm confused by. It's like, okay, we were all under the trick. Okay, fine. It's hard to see, but once someone has exposed the trick for you, that should be it. But they can't even define terms, so that means that maybe they're just all J tricks for real.
Some people like their taskmasters.
Eli, why you ask that question? We've covered this before. They know how to go to the dictionary. They know what the terms are. They don't like what they find because they want to keep what they got in light of all the evidence. You can't go and say, why don't they understand? They do. They just don't want to accept it after they understand. So they say stuff like, straight is curved. Now, they will never say that anywhere else. But here, where they have to defend what they don't want to change. It's a decision.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Also, below this video, you can get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. One last time, if you're new to the channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Now, we are joined by Eli, 10th Man, Neil, Refracted Curvature, Righteous Force, and a whole bunch of people on Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good morning.
Greetings.
How are you?
Hello.
Hey, hello.
Hello, you enthusiastic lot. Very good to have you all. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon? That would be formerly known as Earth curve. And I know someone here has had somebody tell them that they've got Earth curve.
You would need R for that.
Yeah, it's a negative.
That's a good point, right? You would need R for that. That is correct, 10th. However, we've got a Discord server full of people, and yesterday there was a Discord overflow of people, not necessarily saying a great deal. Not that I'm moaning, but I know there's people in the server right now that have been presented with a claim of Earth curve. And I'd like to talk about that, given what 10th Man has just said, and I hope he'll now repeat.
You would need a radius for that.
So let's talk about this, fundies. Last time I asked for R, Conspiracy Catz ran away from a debate and then decided to tell his audience that I was running away. Complete liar. But yeah, that's the elephant in the room now. The R value. Yeah, we have actually been asking for about 3 years, and we did officially debunk it 18 months ago. So we're not kidding when we ask for R. We do genuinely want you to prove that you can get the R value you assume when you say you're standing on a sphere, or point us in the direction of so-called Earth curve. That will need an R value.
Do you want me to repeat how the claim works?
Yeah, please. That'd be brilliant. Yes, please.
There seems to be an apparent dip angle between the horizon and our eye level when drawing a zenith and a perpendicular from our eye level. If you apply a tangent to that horizon, it gives you 90 degree at the horizon and the opposite leg of the triangle running through your zenith, if you assume it's a sphere, and you should be able to measure it from that point.
Okay, so you've got your zenith becomes the hypotenuse, you've got your 90-degree angle at your tangent point, and then you've got that straight line at the 90-degree running to the presupposed centre of the Earth you're measuring R of, correct?
That's an accurate description.
And that's derived from a dip angle from your horizontal at your zenith. That's then assuming that you've got a straight line parallel out from your position, and then the dip to the horizon to give you that quote-unquote tangent. So it'd be a tangent to a physical geometric sphere edge horizon then.
Well, yeah, that measurement is what gives us the belief that it's a sphere, right?
Hello, guys.
Hello, Arwin. Yes, if it was actually a measurement of a physical geometric sphere edge tangent point horizon, then it would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we've debunked that. We've shown that it's beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere radius 3959. Therefore, the horizon is not a tangent point to do this geometry to derive R. Goodbye, so long, farewell to R.
So, well, if you say it's refracted, then you're invalidating the claim of measuring physical geometric horizon, right?
First and foremost, if you claim to get R from a physical tangent point horizon, as described moments earlier by the Al-Biruni method with dip angle by John, then yes, at the moment you say it's refracted, you automatically invalidate any capability of measuring it if it was physical, in spite of the fact we have shown it's beyond the limitations of a sphere 3959 in radius with the black swan. But yes, first and foremost, just refracting the horizon means you can no longer measure it because it's not an actual position to measure if you claim it's refracted on the anti-flat Earth side. So yes, that's correct. First and foremost, there are other things that are issues with claiming refraction, given that they say their refraction, that's terrestrial refraction on a sphere Earth, is based on R. It's a derivative of R, so you're going to need to measure R to even claim refraction for anything, especially not the horizon, because that's where you get R from, leaving it paradoxically incapable of refracting itself without measurement. Anyone else got any nice stories about Earth curve assertions? Dip angle being one of them, thank you very much indeed. Refracted curvature, aka father of a stolen child, aka John.
Well, that was the one that held me to the sphere for so long, was that I thought I could measure it. You know, I understood that we measured things locally flat, but I thought, you know, there was Earth curve that we could measure. That's not the case.
No, John, it works the opposite. You see, when you use a sextant and you sight the sun in the sky, that the double mirror instrument is used to bring the sun straight down where it's over on the plane Earth to give it an address. It's called a geographical address. So now what you do is you bring that sun from the sky, where it is, it's not on the earth, and you bring it down to the horizon. You waggle your section left to right till it barely touches the surface of the horizon you see. But it's beyond that, because in the circle of equal altitude, it might be 3,000 miles away. So you can't see 3,000 miles away, but you still have to bring it down to the horizon, waggle it to where it's barely touching the horizon. Take your reading and your time and your date. And you go to the books, and the books say, it's over here. Well, that could only happen if it was a plane all the way to the geographical position of the sun, which is 3,000 miles away from you. But you are limited to the horizon you see because of your eyesight. And yet, it's still straight for the full 3,000 miles, or else you can't achieve an angle. So that's how it works, not with a curve, because you can't get an angle with a curve. So we know the geographical position, which is the address of the sun or the moon or a star, when you bring it down to Earth's surface. That is the whole point. It's a horizontal coordinate system. We're bringing it down and giving it an address where its zenith is, where it's directly above. I hope they wake up.
Any other stories of Earth curve? If not, we're going to move on to axial rotation.
Well, it's kind of necessary to get this R value first before we can move forward in the conversation, I would think. I don't think Pat Britton understands that, but
no,
you know,
he saw that as an unrealistic concession. Bias much, Pat? Unrealistic? No, you definitely need an R value. We've debunked it. Catz is well aware. It's in one of his videos. He shows a comment where I ask him for it. He never addressed it in the video, and as I keep pointing out, 80 to 100 renditions of the same thing isn't really a concession or unrealistic concession. It's just 18 months solid of us pointing out that you haven't got this value anymore. On the subject, any evidence of the R value, that thing we've been asking for 3 straight years and has been completely annihilated for the last 18 months? Any evidence of that, by chance?
It's not hard to mistakenly engage in the mind experiment of thinking you are seeing the geometry, though, even though it's not officially claimed anymore. And nobody officially claimed that ever, but you can still think in your mind that it might be a geometry you're looking at, and that is why it looks the way it does. So you can comfortably engage within the model thinking.
Hold on. Model thinking. You've got to be a bit more precise with your words. When you say geometry, there is a geometric aspect to the horizon that I could very easily detail. Its namesake for a start. But you're saying physical geometry, though, aren't you? You're implying it when you jump to the model without saying it. I don't know if you're just being sneaky because I don't know what you're doing. And that's not normally the case for you, Arwen. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I was being Baldwin and Arwen at the same time.
Okay, well, it was good.
Shoot.
It was good.
Transfusion.
It was good because you were implying to assert geometry at the horizon. Yeah. It's horizontal now, isn't it? So, yeah okay, that's an aspect of it. Like, flat. Yeah, that's another aspect. But when you say using the word model, that's why you can imply a certain aspect of geometry, although you didn't even give that many weasel words. You're saying physical geometry. You're saying in this picture right now, where these clouds end and meet the sky, that's a physical Earth curve edge. What's that you say? It's up in the sky. Doesn't matter. That's what your horizon is. It's the edge of Earth. A physical blockage to things behind it, and an obstruction for boats to fall over. In very literal terms, that's what your math says. Boats go over the edge of Earth curve. Isn't it shocking that they have a very similar rhetoric from the controlled opposition narrative of the Flat Earth Society, where they have boats falling off a pizza pie? Yeah, we don't make that claim. That's a preemptive strike against flat earthers, pointing out that you on the globe side literally have boats falling over the horizon. Oh, what do you know? Here's wind turbines falling over the horizon, according to geometric assumptions of physicality at the horizon. This is falling over the horizon if you're a wind turbine, because that's the nonsense postulation from the globe side.
Can I point out an ancillary point,
Ironic.
which is that, and if I might have heard you wrong, but I think you said the new official claim is that there is no geometric horizon. It's not official. It's only an official anti-flat earther position.
Oh, I
The
see.
majority, I believe, in heliocentrism position.
Oh, absolutely. It's defined by National Geographic. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're trying to utilise this opportunity to say, on the anti-flat Earth side of this argument, they tell us, quote, the geometric horizon only exists in the maths. Quote, we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon. Quote, nobody claims the horizon is Earth curve. Now, those are all anti-flat earthers hearing the Black Swan argument and having nowhere to go other than to start throwing away their own claim that the horizon's Earth curve for boats to be measured as being behind. Yet they've got nowhere to go, so they tell us that nobody claims the horizon's Earth curve, when it's specifically defined that way by National Geographic, and in the maths, marked with an X, labelled horizon, and claimed to have drop and dip values behind it. That's just when they realise they've lost their argument. And then they reposition their losing argument against us. So you, the flat earther, say the horizon's Earth curve. Not in a million years, fundy idiot. I'm not claiming the horizon's Earth curve. The globe claims that. But because I've debunked it, you need to now reposition the argument that I, a flat earther, am claiming the ludicrous notion of the horizon being the Earth curve that we've debunked, so you need to attack that. And tell us nobody claims that, you idiot, flat earther. Who's claiming the horizon's Earth curve? You are. Here it is in your maths marked with an X labelled horizon.
Next meat marker in the spot.
I just wanted to say Nathan is totally correct, because before we figured out the nature of the curvature calculator and all that, and how they want us to presuppose it is actually a sphere edge in some way, the flat earthers, the ballers and the anti-flat earthers were much more comfortable with the notion that we would assume some form of geometry first and then point out how their geometry, it's not the right curve, right? But at least we thought it could have been some kind of a curve in some way. And that way they felt more comfortable engaging in that discussion. Now we just say, no, there is no curve ever. Black Swan, the geometry calculations that you bring out with the curvature calculator, it purposely excludes elements that are proven to be there. And therefore, no, we're not even going to go as far as that there might be some kind of a curve. Nothing.
Exactly. It might be the case that you've stuck your head in the sand as ostriches do for 18 months and ignored the fact that we've debunked R to only go out to people who aren't us to use R still. And they get all shocked and shaken when I ask you for it, right? Yeah, as I said in the pre-show, for anybody who's asking me why I won't debate Catz, I've agreed to. I've said there's just a few concerns. Given that I've posted in his comments about R and ask for it daily, yeah, given that's the case, that's going to need addressing. He's not a newbie. He's not some professor that's never come across this subject that doesn't know about the Black Swan. And realistically, that's what my audience wants to see me go up against. An expert, not a school teacher. Meanwhile, I've agreed to debate this school teacher. We just need the host to address the fact that this school teacher takes 80 to 100 renditions of the same point, obfuscating and squirming away from it, and then runs away when I point out that R is still unaddressed. And that's how it stands currently. So for all of you who believed Catz and Ranty saying that I've run away, yeah, just read what it says in those email strings. And read me calling the host very nasty names based on his lies, and taking me saying, yes, I want to debate, and yes, happy to debate, as I don't want to debate, because globe-believing fundies read one thing and interpret it as something totally different now, don't you? You'll even go to the extent of publishing how you've interpreted that completely wrong information, based on hearsay, to a wide audience who now know you're liars. That's unfortunate if you're trying to be credible.
The whole thing is giving me such a headache, Nathan, about this Catz nonsense and you debate. Everybody's complaining in my chats about that now.
Yeah.
And I don't even want to know about it. As far as I'm concerned, you have the right to say, no, I don't want to get kitty litter on my clothing.
But I haven't. I've said, oh yeah, I'll debate Catz. The only issue I've got is that in the past, I've put the same point to him 80 times in excess of, and he's danced around it and ignored it. And then Tommy comes on, unsolicited, and says the exact same thing. And you know what? Flatzoid's even been in touch with Pat and said the exact same thing. Several people raising the same concerns about Catz. Now, Pat's attitude is, I don't give a shit about the conditions. I don't give a shit about your concerns. I don't understand and it's unreasonable for you to expect it to be conceded. Because I don't understand it. That's what I've got. All under the guise of agreement to debate with Catz. Yeah? I understand that you've been led to believe that I've run away and you still want to keep hold of this lie that Catz and Ranty has told you. I understand. But I've agreed. It's right there in black and white. It's just I will need a few concerns addressing. It's not like I become a second-rate citizen because I'm a flat earther and suddenly anything that I say, hang on, would it be okay if you just address this one slight concern I have? Slight being 80 to 100 renditions of the same exact point. 18 months of ignoring an R value that's debunked. Can you address those for me? Is that any chance at all? Yeah?
You know what? I'm beginning to realize that if an official came out to debunk the Black Swan, that right there would legitimize the Flat Earth movement. Or whatever it is. Right there, like the moment the official people address the Black Swan, it's over. The only reason that you guys think you're still breathing on a globe is because they have done their very best to ignore everything that we're talking about by strawmanning us, by deflecting, by doing exactly what Catz is doing. Except on another level.
Correct. And Catz is now going to become a poster child for spin doctoring and obfuscation. All I've asked, it's really simple, is for R. Something I ask for daily. But suddenly, me asking for R is interpreted as me backing out. No, Catz is well aware that we have debunked R. I mean, I could quote a few of his compadres. At best, you've debunked Earth Radius. So he's well aware of this. What, should I just jump into a debate and then have him obfuscate it 80 times? Another unaddressed, I should say, concern that's been put to you? Normal people will put these concerns. I know you dicks on the anti-flat earth side think you can behave however you like and then hope that no one will ever address that. But yet there's several people addressing it from our side. Now you might think, yeah, second-rate citizens, you have to tolerate it. No, we don't. We just point it out to unreasonable, biased, globe-believing hosts who then tell us that they don't give a shit. And that they're experts in communication. Now, what that actually shows, given that he has literally confessed to being biased towards the globe, is that Catz requires an ignorance of the R that's debunked and a nice, comfy little biased mod to support him. Someone that will tell the flat earther that he does not give a shit about any concerns raised. And that any concessions sought will be deemed unrealistic. So that's what's actually been said by this host, that is being told to me by all the people who haven't got a vague clue and never spoken to the guy, is unbiased. Yeah, he's actually said I'm not unbiased, I am biased towards the globe. So what are you babbling about, fundies, that have kept this going for the last week? Your fundies have lied to you, told you I've run away. No, I've just asked for R. Now, it would be so simple to just address that elephant in the room and go, what's he talking about? Not, he's unrealistic. That's unreasonable to ask for. He's asking you to concede before we've started. Sorry, are you unaware that we've been asking for this for 3 years? Is this a shock? No. But as soon as you realise that you will lose, you run away from me. Yeah? Unless you've got a host that will tell your opponent that he's sorting for a concession on something that is clearly debunked. You're not just going back to Pat, are you, Catz, saying, hey, what an idiot, here's R. Just give him this. Show must go on, give him this, here's my R value. No, I'm seeking unrealistic concessions. And that's precisely how it would have panned out on the show. if I'd have got to my 80 to 100 renditions of the exact same point, where's R to Catz, with it ignored entirely like it was by my emails back and forth with Pat, he ignored every single thing I said. Didn't look into it or investigate it or address it in any way, shape or form. And that is how he would have been on the show. Why do you think I asked him in the first place? To see how he'd react. That's how he'll behave on his show. I don't give a shit about your concerns, as you plea for my opponent to shut the fuck up and answer a question he's had 80 times. I don't care. Right, well, that's bias, isn't it? Bias in favour of Catz. And Catz damn well knows it. That's what he needs to win. And when I simply ask his biased host for R, he runs from me. Make no mistake.
There's a guy named Mighty Mouse in chat saying you don't need to confirm the radius. You don't need the horizon.
Shut
So
up.
I'm gonna ask him to come on.
Define geometrics.
I want to
define
invite him on the
radius.
show. That's what I want him to do. Come on, Mighty Mouse.
That's the thing, right? I'm sorry, because they'll say things and it's like it's so stupefying. It's like I don't even know how to begin to tell you that you don't even know the definitions of the words that you're using. And I guess that's why you guys have been so upset. It's upsetting me. Like simple definition, like we can't even go with defining and agreeing on terms so that we can continue an amicable conversation. That's what it's crazy because we're supposed to be science deniers. We're supposed to be the people that are in a cult, that are in an echo chamber that's not open to criticism. Well, shit. All I want to do is get on the same page with you.
Yeah, all Eli wants is to believe in your R that you assume with every argument you make and we've debunked. He just wants to be on the same side as you. All I want is you to address the elephant in the room that we've debunked R. Now, to all you anti-flat earth ostriches, yeah, you need to yank your heads back out of the sand and stop acting so shocked and shaken that I asked for R. Because I ask for it daily, don't I? You just don't hear it. Like me saying happy to debate equals backing out to liars who want to believe they're gurus who've lied to them. Yeah? That's what's happened, fundies. So, up until now, I've waited to see how the dust settles. Now I'm going to say it like it is. Catz runs from me daily. I have an open door, and if he actually had a coherent argument to put to us, he'd be here embarrassing me with it daily. And he isn't. What he is doing is sorting himself out with a nice, friendly, globe-believing moderator who has made it clear he doesn't give a shit about any objections I raise. That's what Catz needs. Meanwhile, I open my door daily to cowards who don't come and would absolutely be shutting me the hell down if you had an R value. Because that's the first thing mentioned by this Pat guy. Nathan says you haven't got R. So where are the swarms of fundies telling me I'm wrong? Where are you? You're all in the comments telling me I should debate Catz. Yeah, I've agreed to. But I don't want a 30-second debate that turns into a 2-hour debate of me asking 80 times for R. That's boring. And I pointed that out, didn't I? For all of you who say I back out. Now, I said it would be boring to ask for R 80 times. Didn't I? Yeah, I know Ranty's a liar and told you I ran away. I didn't. And that's why I'm the one smiling at your lies. And Pat's lies. That I swore at him about telling about me now, didn't I? What's that? I'm backing out. No, I'm not. Where did you get that from? Well, I took this nonsense that didn't say that to mean that you're backing out. Well, it doesn't. Just means I'm concerned that I might end up repeating myself 80 times. That not unreasonable to address? No, it's not. But it is if you're an anti-flat earther who definitely needs to obfuscate a point you can't win 80 times. Right? With a nice, friendly, globe-believing moderator on your side. Yeah. Here, we got an open door, and I got plenty of comments about how I let you fundy fuckwits put your point across to my audience, and will even shut my own side down. And get this, right? One of my Patreons, Witsit, got a taste of my venom when he came here and punted down Go Boom Boom. With electromagnetism now, didn't he? And which was the clip that Pat used? Well, he used me shutting down a flat earther, didn't he? Showing just how unbiased I am. Thanks for that, Pat. Wonderful work. You might want to find out who Witsit is before you use that as an example. You know what I mean? But there we go. That's how these pan out. And yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I've still agreed. I've given a conditional acceptance. But the thing that hasn't been addressed, the elephant in the room, is definitely the R value. And it has been since the 1st of Jan 2020, when the Black Swan was released to you all as the Black Plague that it is. And you run from the Black Plague, as was detailed.
Wait a second. So you mean to tell me that time Witsit came in and I thought you were a little rough on our guy? He used that?
Yeah.
Can't write this any better.
Yeah, you couldn't make it up. So, cowards, just come and tell me how wrong I am. Catz, you've got an open invitation daily. Yeah? You can come in and tell me just how stupid I am. Yeah? No bother. And obviously, if you've got a good argument rather than 80 repetitions being put to you and you ignoring them, then people will believe you. Hopefully, though, you can find someone else that will shut me down in an instant when I ask you for R. And then you can tell everyone how fair it is and how I've run away when I give a conditional acceptance to debate you. You can lie. Maybe tell them that we haven't officially debated. Another lie told to me by Pat that Catz told. Yeah, this person's intellectually dishonest. And to spin out that lie, Pat said, you need a moot for it to be a debate. All I see is arguments. So I brought the definition of debate, which presents arguments. That's right, Pat. Yeah. The fact that Catz, intellectually dishonest man that he is, told you that we hadn't officially met is a weaselly way of lying. And you tried to back that, didn't you, by demeaning my show as not being a debate. And your conversation show suddenly is the official debate platform of the universe, isn't it, Pat? Yeah, don't kid yourself, dickhead. Well, this was fun. I didn't think I was going to get this off my chest. I thought this was very last week. I thought we'd done with this, but obviously the commenters still want to believe the lies they've been told, that I've run away.
Good morning, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Wait, what's the name of this show? Flat Earth Debate, right? So how could you be running away when you run a daily debate show?
I don't know. The fact that we lay out the things that are unaddressed daily. Yeah, I don't know. The fact that we have housekeeping that's continually unaddressed and is shocking when somebody needs it addressing if they've been met before in debate. Oh, my bad. Not officially. Yeah, Catz. Yeah, you're a liar, Catz. Yeah? We haven't met officially. Have we not? Oh, right. My shocking horror. I thought being on a live broadcast with you, that I'd call that pretty official. Obviously, we need to debate about what official means rather than just calling you a flat-out liar. Because you were trying to convince him, through his own ego, that if he ran it, it would be official now, wouldn't he, Catz? So you could lie about us meeting. Right? That's who you've got, liars. Of course, he's had his little pool game with Ranty and told him how I ran away. Not knowing that, quote, Pat, Nathan wants to debate. Obviously, that makes you both look like liars, doesn't it? Because you are. And we all know you are. Obviously, being liars that are all known well and truly as liars by us, there's going to be some issues that we're going to want to addressing if we've got a so-called neutral platform to debate on. Those issues of you being intellectually dishonest was one of the issues I raised that never got addressed now, didn't it, Catz? Plenty of examples of your intellectual dishonesty. Like you saying we haven't officially met. That would be intellectual dishonesty, Catz. Embarrassing for you. The non-expert that wants to meet the flat earth expert, that would be me. I'm sure it really peeves you for me to call myself an expert and make it plainly obvious and true that you're not. That must really piss you off, eh, Catz? Yeah, just keep lying about how I've run away from you, my friend, when you've got an open door to challenge me anytime you like. Maybe you could complain about the mute button. Bearing in mind that my 80 renditions was done in a chat room. Yeah? No mute button there. Just 80 renditions of the same point that Catz could not address.
Is it safe to say that we answer every question we can, and if we don't know the answer, we'll admit that we don't know the answer? So how come when Tommy debated Catz told him that he would get back to gas pressure out of container, and he never did?
That's because he's a liar. I will get back to this, and then doesn't. That's a liar, isn't it? I will do this, then they don't do it. That's a liar.
Even worse than not getting back to him, though, he's trying to switch the question out. Say, oh no, let me correct you. It's not how do you have gas pressure without a container. It's how do you have pressurized gas without a container.
Which is the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, intellectual dishonesty. Bamboozle your opponent by rearranging the question. And according to Tommy, he asked him the same question rearranged in the manner he liked, and he still didn't get an answer. Yeah, that would be part of the detailed explanation of getting 80 renditions to the same point put to you. A concern that's never going to get addressed by somebody that's on that person's side now, is it? No. Unreasonable concession, perhaps. It's sad, really. You globe believers are sad. You're all torn up inside as well. That also amuses me. How much pain you're in cognitively. So, for all you happy commenters out there, same thing applies. This is the point I wanted to make. I didn't expect it to get dragged out, but this is good fun, I must admit. When's the elephant in the room getting addressed? Everyone who's gone through my email thread that was professionally published by Pat, why haven't you actually addressed the elephant in the room? It was the first thing that Pat mentioned. That'd be You all want to babble on about how you can spin what I said into meaning something it didn't, but nobody ever comes to me and says, why are you saying you need That's totally unreasonable, because not a single person has addressed that. One out of about 100 people to comment on this so far, and I do mean this sincerely, you can check for yourselves, one person mentioned in passing my objection about 80 to 100 repetitions of the same point not being reasonable. One person mentioned that out of at least 100 people to comment. It's just priceless. Yeah, you're all terrified of and running from it. Yeah? Do you think that sticking your head in the sand was a useful way of dealing with this problem? No, it wasn't. Just makes me laugh. We've only done a couple of housekeeping questions. Might as well just for kicks and giggles, right? Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No,
What is the
it's over
sun?
there. Hey, Mighty Mouse, stop talking in chat. Get in here. I want to talk to you about your
Not a
equatorial
chair.
mount. I want you to explain it to me.
What's his name?
Mighty Mice.
There's 14 people in Discord, so 2 or 3 people are going to have to jump ship if you want a gap for him.
Yeah, I want to know how he's using, in his mind, the equatorial mount that tracks the movement of the stars, which are in the sky, has nothing to do with the shape of this Earth. How he says that proves art.
Hold on 1 second, 10th. Go ahead. I can't read that. The guy's at the top of my list. Starts with CR. Can't read, it's too small. Hello? I think it's CREA2R. Okay, open your mic during a live show. Don't respond to anything anybody ever says to you. Can you just kick him out? Kick him out. Dead weight. Okay, there's a couple of gaps now. If somebody wants to join whatever the guy that 10th man's trying to get your attention of.
Mighty Mice, M-I-C-E. Come on, there's room for you now. Tell us how an equatorial mount that tracks the movement of the sky in any way, shape, or form has anything to do with proving the radius of the Earth.
It doesn't, they assume R. This needs R.
I know, but no, I want to get him in here.
Oh, maroon in it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. He's
Right, let me just tell him. Mighty Mouse, if you're going to join, please cover your ears just for a few seconds. Yeah, you're going to need R for that.
yes. It's amazing in chat what they say.
Yes, because he's going to need R. He knows that well. Unless they get to assume it from the peanut gallery, what are they going to do? No, distance to the sun, definitely going to need an R value. Self-perpetuating molten iron core.
Well, to answer that as well, the sun is an entire black body, quote unquote, but when they invoke radar that can, measure the distance, well, that's out the window.
Well, as a transgender Afro-American American, I find that very offensive. Is this black body sun problem going to get problematic?
Only when another problem eclipses it.
Any scientific evidence of gravity? Might as well change the subject.
You're going to need R for that.
You are going to need R for that.
Come on, Mighty Mouse. You keep saying you can prove R without the horizon, and it's not necessary.
Who's Mighty Mouse?
He's a guy in chat. He's afraid to come on.
Ah, Mighty Mouse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is he in the Discord chat? I don't pay attention to that, by the way.
He's on the YouTube channel chat on your
Oh,
show.
is he? Oh, okay, I've got that. Fair enough.
Come, young Mighty Mouse. Come with your globe arguments, please. We would love to hear them.
Like I say, if they had it, they'd be in here daily, shutting us down and embarrassing us. And when they had the advantage, that would be to have the flat earthers, us, unaware that every single argument that took place was automatically taking place on a sphere with the begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. When they had that advantage, that would be us letting them beg the question the entire time. Then they flooded in, didn't they? Because it didn't matter how it went. They would always win. How much does this photo compare to Muppet Vision? How much is it matching up or down versus the physical geometric sphere edge horizon based on R? When we asked those questions, they loved it, didn't they? Without a sphere assumption, you've got nothing. You can't win. And you know it.
Well, if Mighty Mouse is going to come in, I assume he's going to come in and say, "Here I come to save the day."
To be fair, I don't know why you're messing around with that particular peanut gallery. You know, while you might stick your rod in the Discord server chat to get a chat skank on your line, the YouTube chat is the last place I'd be appealing to and leaving these gaps in. Gotta be honest, I doubt very much the people who are in that particular chat will come. I mean, eventually they might, but not because you've enticed them.
No, I'm doing this for fun because I know he'll never come in. I'm just highlighting the nonsense he's putting there. And so the live viewers could see how chicken he is to actually come and defend his position.
Or any of them at the moment.
Now I'm confused. Is he a chicken or a mouse?
Did you mean position or religion? I'm confused.
Religion, but that it's not a religion once you relinquish it, because it remains a religion when you're a normie. If you've got a globe belief and you just, you know the sky's a vacuum and the men are out in space and we're orbiting the sun, you just know. Well, that's when you've got a religion, but you aren't aware of it. Now, when you get here and you find out that you're not, and you haven't got an hour value, and that space is fake and it's in violation of natural law and all the problems that we present, well, at that point, you've no longer got a religious faith, because what you actually state isn't rhetoric anymore. Earth doesn't turn underneath, end quote, Blue Marble, a football to cause drift and win a game. yeah, that's not rhetoric. That's not globe faith. That's not being part of the globe religion. That's being an anti-flat earther. A very small subset of community that isn't really related to globe faith, really. They think they are. They're delusional, though. I couldn't quite put my finger on it years ago when I tried to define this and stereotype them in this way. It wasn't quite there, although I say I defined this years ago. I didn't quite have it down. They are a subset of flat earthers. So you've got globe believers, that's normies that just know instinctively, because they were trained from birth, that they were on a globe. They have a religious belief that they are completely unaware of. It's the new world, one world religion, whatever you want to call it. Well, the one world religion is heliocentrism. Just like any other sky claim. Doesn't matter if it's Zeus. Doesn't matter if it's a god of thunder holding a hammer. Doesn't matter if it's lions in Lion King. Or angels. It really doesn't matter. Rocks falling around the sun. They're all the same, just religions. Now, most people are unaware of that, therefore, that's how you're a active member of the heliocentric religion. The moment you find out that it's a begging the question fallacy to assume that the horizon's a physical sphere edge blocking things, and it's a preposterous notion to have boats falling over an edge, well, a ludicrous notion the globe holds. You know, you might find your way to the anti-flat earth rhetoric of anti-flat earth society, which is what they really are, and tell us you've got boats falling over the edge, to dull the pain of your horizon having boats falling over it and that stupid notion that the globe has. You know, you'll find solace in attacking flat earthers, because that's all you've got left when you get here, because you've had the red pill force-fed to you. You didn't want to swallow it, you wanted to be a blissful, ignorant globe believer, going about your day, washing your car, and listening to the radio. Not here telling us daily in comments that we're stupid. That's your pain projected out onto us.
Yeah, you grabbed the wrong cup, buddy.
You think space.com will come out with like a part 2 article? Because, you know, they had the part 1, how to debate a flat earther. That doesn't seem to be working out too well for them. Especially because, like, they start with this whole thing of the horizon and how that's like, we know about the curvature and it all relates to the horizon. And then there's a bunch of crap in the middle of that. And then at the end of that article, what does it say? Oh, this argument is not actually about evidence. It's about trust. So, yeah, that's cute.
I'll have to ask my grandson, because the last time when I was speaking about things like the horizon, he said my teacher told me this was going to happen. So maybe I'll grill him again.
Or not.
What Mama said, there'd be days like this. You're going to find somebody that's going to ask you a question you might not have a response to, or you have some type of program response to, like, oh, nobody claims the horizon. No, I've never heard that.
Well, his answer was,
what do you mean the
not...
horizon's Earth curved? As I'm posting horizons labeled Earth curved. Are you people all right, man? Some of y'all need medication. I really think so. It's becoming sad, to be honest.
Well, when I was showing him the horizon and we were discussing it, the end of it was, after he said, my teacher told me this was going to happen, he said, Earth is not flat. No matter what I said, he said, Earth is not flat. So maybe that's what they're telling them.
Yeah, but that's how it's always been. Reinforcing the rhetoric, the fact that they've got on a bit of an opposition now in the 2020s that's established and has decent arguments, well, that means that you need potentially to introduce it more into the curriculum. You know, how some of the exam questions point out how it's not flat. Give you questions that are phrased in such a way that you'll get them wrong if you assert that it is. Well, we know what the education structure is. We all went through it, didn't we?
Well, I think it's also the education structure that makes them, assume everybody that's a flat earther is a moron. You know, that's how they teach it in the books.
Correct.
There's
You get
only
laughed
one
at.
simple issue. It's a simple issue to point out. The reason we're here is because, number one, they're liars. And number two, they're lying about redefining terms when we call them out. For instance, matter in the liquid state and in the gaseous state has to be contained. But they'll say that the outside of a ball is a container. And they'll say, well, gravity does that. And even in gravity's definition, well, gravity is not defined, but if they were to try to define it, it wouldn't even sound anything comparable to the well-defined definition of gas pressure. So they think, well, gas pressure is a thing, but it's also a thing by way of gravity if I define gas pressure in a different way to suit my needs. Fuck you. Well, excuse me, it's still the morning show. But I mean, excuse you. No, I'm not going to allow you to attempt to redefine things and then play coy as if you're not doing it. I'm not having it.
That's right. Call him out on it, Eli. No mental gymnastics here. The definition, please.
Well, that's why they've gotten to the point of, well, those definitions of words are meaningless, right? What kind of defeatist shit is that? What's wrong with you? How are you in a debate and say something like the definitions of the very words you're using have no meaning? You just negated your entire everything that you've said to that point.
I could have ate that.
Shout out to my compressor settings for not knocking the eardrums off everybody during Eli's bit. I'm just quite pleased with myself, Eli. Yeah, redefining terms is what they have to do. You're absolutely right, Eli. I'll take this to mean that. Really? You will? Why? Well, because that doesn't help me. So I'll take it to mean this.
But don't they want truth?
No, they don't.
Are we all having a moment of silence for their lack of ability to deal with truth?
Look, I could just tell you plenty of stories of people that I know who I said, hey, I want to talk to you about something. It's probably one of the greatest illusions that has ever been hoisted on mankind. Oh, what is it? What is it? Up to this point, you know, they've always talked to me about any subject, anytime, anywhere. The minute I bring it up, run for the hills. They don't want to know it. Well, what's so scary about it? I'm either going to be corrected and set straight because I'm wrong, or I'm going to show you things that you're going to break through the illusion. They want to hear it. And here we got people in chat, whether YouTube chat or Discord chat, typing away. Well, come on the show and show us how you think there's an R. You think if there was curvature, we'd be on this show? You think I wake up every morning because there's curvature to be on the show?
Come on, Tenty, getting paid. Tell us what David Weiss is paying you.
Yeah, well, that's fun and all, but the whole point is the lack of them being here, the killer arguments that took several years for this side to understand and poise for them when they come, is neutered them. They're all neutered. All their arguments for globe, done.
Well, I think Eli is on something, because I remember QE for the longest time saying, have them define everything.
Well, that's essential. That is totally essential in everything. But they've even redefined defining in order to keep the lie alive in their mind. Straight is curved. Science doesn't prove things.
Words don't have meanings.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah, good one, Adam.
That's probably the worst one, isn't it?
Yep.
From Ruhif.
It's meaningless.
Yes, that by far is the worst one, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, shoe being a phenomenon and a hypothesis for the shoe is true. That's wonderful, but it's not the best, because that statement that this clown made completely negated any credibility, any words he said immediately after saying that. So yeah, that's why that's the best one.
It renders everything irrelevant if words don't have meaning.
Renders it mute.
I'm assuming it's probably been said shortly after he said something where he's contradicted himself, and therefore the only way out of it is to say, oh no, those meanings don't mean anything. Yeah.
That's the fundamental...
Yeah.
Go on, sorry. I thought you
I would say it's generally the way that the conversation goes. You start there, it almost feels genuine. You get to a point where there has to be a concession to be made, and it goes one or two ways. Either you get a noob who might concede, or it turns into ridiculum where the next response is to go, yeah, well, obviously the meanings of words don't mean anything, for them to maintain their position or their stance, which is not infrequent, is it?
Yeah, to say that the meaning of words has no meaning is to say there is no point having any discussion with me because I render every aspect of the Socratic method irrelevant. It's like that's the point in discussion and debate, to agree, to reach a point where you agree on the definitions of things. If you're both talking about seemingly the same thing but one's describing an apple and the other's describing an orange, then there's a problem. You're talking at cross purposes, that's why you have to agree on words and their meanings. That is the Socratic method. But to say, well, the definition of my words is meaningless, it's like, well, no, having a conversation with you is meaningless.
Just next time they say, well, that means then, actually, the meaning of a ball earth means it's flat, really flat. That's what it means if the words are, meaningless. But it is more. It's the point when they get to that. It's like Rumpus's tell. When the Rumpus goes, internet proves I'm never wrong. You know when those bits come out, it's basically how a gentleman would just say, I've lost this argument, move on, but all they've got is that. But as soon as you hear it, it's as good as an admission that they've lost the argument to you.
Only if you're in the know.
Well,
Your average Joe onlooker isn't.
So I just told my coworker that somebody, because she's looking at me, what are you guys talking about? So I told my coworker that somebody said the definitions of words are meaningless. Some Glober said that. She was like, you keep calling her a Glober, but that just sounds like an idiot. I was like, yes, exactly. Thank you.
Put her on the phone.
Well, no, but that's the point, isn't it? You ask your average man on the street. That's what Chocolate's offering. What does average Joe think about this scenario? You're in the discussion about something, and the person you're in the discussion with says, well, the definitions of words are meaningless. How do you take that? Do you take that as X or Y? No. Well, it was positioned as a globe believer saying it. That was the bias that Chocolate put on it. And her reaction was, well, don't know about globe believer. Sounds like an idiot.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what the people want. Sounds like that's what she wants. She doesn't want to hear you complain about these anti-flat earthers. What she wants is, someone like someone credible to actually go on and stick to definitions and stick to logical arguments. Like I think she wants to see somebody like that talk to you. And why shouldn't that be the case? Why aren't people knocking down your door to explain to you in a coherent fashion that there is indeed a viable hypothesis for astronomy and all this other bullshit crap we think is up there and all this bull crap we think we believe? There's got to be a hypothesis somewhere. I mean, it's science, right?
I could ask. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
No, I've been asking this dude for 4 days straight to define a hypothesis. And he keeps telling me that he's already given me 4 citations for what qualifies a hypothesis.
What, rather than just giving you one? Isn't the question a viable hypothesis?
Or a hypothesis.
Oh, so he can't even define the shit.
No, because I keep telling him that it's just his statements are full of presuppositions. There is no hypothesis, and he straight up told me that we're not concerned with the cause.
Oh, is this that waffler that you sent me a clip of, Eli?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you got a clip? Oh, let's have a listen.
Not a clip, the clip of the conversations between them, which, I mean, I just looked at it, and Eli's making a point. He's asking him to define these things, and he comes back with just basic waffle of his own rhetoric, just restating it. If If I instead of recognizing the point you've made with regards to hypotheses, IVs, DVs, if I just go on about the cosmic background radiation again, that'll prove you wrong. That's kind of how I read it, Eli. And he just wanted to filibuster, I think was the word, just to talk waffle, to ignore the perfectly good point you had, which was lovely. In all of this stuff, then, what's your IV? What's your hypothesis? And he couldn't get there, could he?
He couldn't get there. And I thought, well, it's only fair. Like, when you're talking to another human being and you're like, okay, well, maybe maybe they're sincere. Maybe they don't understand that what they are presenting isn't actually a hypothesis. So the next logical step in my mind is to say, okay, so that I'm not attacking your ego, you're not attacking my ego. How about we just define what a hypothesis is and see if what you've given me falls into the category of a hypothesis or a definition of a hypothesis or whatever. And he won't do it. He keeps saying, I already gave you my... So if you don't mind, can I just read the statement that stupefied me?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm holding the show open, so you can. Go ahead.
All right. So, oh man, hold on to your tighty whities. So, hypothesis. Universe occupied a single point. Already you're dead. How are you going to falsify that?
What?
You don't even have an observation. Anyway, let me keep reading. Sometimes called the Big Bang. Evidence. Universe expands uniformly over time. Prediction. As matter expands and cools, recombination error occurs, leaving heat signature. Experiment. Measure heat signature of observable universe. Validation. CMBR, cosmic microwave background radiation. Perfectly scientific. Oh my God, how do you say these words all together at the same time, right? Perfectly scientific, and none of it explains the cause of the expansion or origin of space-time and matter. Merely validates the hypothesis of space-time and matter occupying same point, Big Bang. The end.
With that, I am going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you first and foremost to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal link or joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Response. Like I said, it was just filibuster and then make the statement that that's clearly scientific, you see. And you've got to unpick it or agree with it, haven't you?
Yeah, I was hoping to comment, but there wasn't enough time before the live show ended. But exactly. Look, this doesn't establish the cause, and it's riddled with the word science, so therefore it's science and doesn't need to establish cause, right? Prove me wrong. No, science establishes cause, this doesn't.
See, what you've done, Eli, you said, right, let's be gentlemen, and let's look at this as scientists then, and break it down. And he said, no need to do that, no need to whatever. Look, lots of big words, cosmic radio background, there's definitely science, therefore you're wrong. No, here's it broken down into its constituent portions. Yeah, here's the IV, here's the DV. No, just filibuster and then tell you you're wrong. putting the onus for you then to have to go through and demonstrate and do what he should be able to do, which is to list the IVDV and hypothesis.
He doesn't even have an observation. How can he have an IVDV?
I was hoping you'll find it for him by the sounds of it.
And then he tried to straw man me with saying that I said that, because in a hypothesis you have to have an observed phenomenon. So he took that to mean that I was saying that the Big Bang was observed, and then began to say, obviously, that didn't happen. And then his whole argument was set up based on the straw man that I said that the universe was observed, which is just, I mean, I don't even know how you can say any of it. I'm not speaking to a real person from university. This is crazy that a kid from
you're speaking
Brooklyn,
to automated response. That's what that is.
I don't know anything, but I'm not
with a slight
expecting
remix. That's what it is.
It's crazy.
He probably thinks the
what
first
you've
step
just
is
said.
to ask a question.
Just before it pops out of my head, this reminds me of a behind-the-scenes interview I once saw with a guy called Royson Vasey, who Adam will know who I'm talking about, and his stage name is Roy Chubby Brown, and he's in a scenario where he sat with his wife and he's talking about this new joke that he's just read out for the first time on stage, and nobody reacted in the way he expected to the joke. It didn't get a laugh at the punchline, and his response to his wife when she's like, oh, well, the next crowd will maybe get the joke better or whatever. She's trying to sympathise with him, basically. And he says, the problem is I'm telling the joke to 20 pints of lager, not a normal person. And in the same way, you're telling this to 20, 30, 40 years of globe indoctrination, not a normal person.
Yeah, so it's that nonsensical waffle that he writes is scripture to him. He doesn't have to fully understand it. He just knows it's true. Sounds clever.
Oh, Adam.
No, I mean, we're not good.
Just while, sorry, just one sec. Just while he's here, if he is still here, Arwin, was it you talking about Dawn Treader yesterday? Because Dawn Treader laid out the truth of the matter in a really good way.
Dawn, Jesus, that's a blast, isn't it?
He was in Arwin's chat. I know he's probably not around to actually answer this, but he was basically saying, I just don't trust you as a flat earther, regardless of how legitimately sound or how logically valid the information is. You're a flat earther and I just don't trust you. Now, that basically sums up what I say about anti-flat earthers, doesn't it? But from their own lips. This is Dawn saying that. He's a glober. I just don't trust you because you've said it. You're a flat earther, therefore because you've said it, I don't trust it. So if you say Earth should turn underneath in your model and then you debunk it, I don't trust that you've made that claim correctly on behalf of the globe. Therefore, I'm going to debunk what you've claimed seemingly on behalf of the globe because it can't be. You're a flat earther and I don't trust you.
The word for that is called. The word for that is called prejudice.
It's called zealotry.
No, he did preface it because he'd been to art college. I remember Dawn often saying. Not fit because I've been to art college though, so I know all this. I know all about perspective. Used to ramble on and preface that, but again, it's I don't believe because I don't believe, because I believe in something else, not because I'm going to analyse what's been said and appraise it. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Because you've said something and it's come out of a flat earther's mouth, I'm not even going to bother to appraise it. I'm just going to assume it's nonsense.
And if I'm forced to appraise it, I'll quite happily go against the original globe rhetoric to prove you wrong.
Yeah. I'll shout out Dawn. Old school that. No, if he's all right.
Indeedy weedy. Thank you, Arwin. I'm glad you're here to give us your input at these key moments.
Getting his Illuminati croissants, isn't he? Elijah was saying in that chat, Nathan, we want to pick your brain, but I don't think you're hearing us then. He said, also, what is the fallacy? So he's asking me, what's the fallacy where you address someone's argument directly and they tell you that you have not? I don't know if that is a fallacy.
It's just
or
hand wave
just
dismissal.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy. It's just hand wave dismissal.
There you go, Eli. I knew I weren't the one to ask on that.
It becomes a fallacy if you say they're an idiot.
Right. Yeah.
Because that becomes an ad hominem attack or an ad hominem fallacy, which is to address the man rather than the argument. Well, you're just an idiot is an attack of the man, not the argument. But to say that isn't even going to get an answer, that's a hand wave dismissal. Did you listen to the live show, Adam?
I didn't. I was literally finishing off at work, mate. So I was pegging it back to make sure I got into G+. So
that's okay. The main focus of the live show and the pre-show was the fact that the elephant in the room is our request for them to validate R.
Oh dear. Is that why it's so quiet?
Yeah.
Well, I've just been into Gem's room, and they've conceded that gravity is not a force. So at least they're catching up.
Can you do me a small favour?
Oh.
Can you do me a small favour? Can you get the show share link? And I assume if it's running live, you can't get a timestamp, but you can presumably in the info box for that video, it'll say how long it's been streaming for. Can you just make a note and then send it to Sleeping Warrior?
I wasn't watching it on I wasn't watching it on YouTube. I was on the voice chat, so I can't timestamp it for you.
Oh, fine. You
But
don't
they
know
have
where it was
conceded
broadcast. No,
most
that's
of
fine.
them. Most of them have conceded that gravity is not a force. So Chemo got them to say gravity is not a force, and they all agree with it.
Excellent.
So they are keeping up.
I'll let Anthony know.
Oh.
So that means no gravity, no force. What about the planets? That's what and then they just start waffling about something else.
Well, no, they'll take you to Narnia. They'll take you to pseudo-Riemannian force space and describe how it happens there. Like
no, they took us to satellites. They took us to satellites in space after that and showing us and telling us how satellites work. Yeah, funny.
What, with the presuppositional orbital path falling around an Earth that's spherical? You're going to need an hour for that.
Correct.
I was just going to say that.
And what's an orbit?
You're going to need an hour for that too.
An orbit is a gum in the States. It's called Orbit. It's sort of like Trident. It's a sugar-free chewing gum. It's called Orbit.
And sorbits is a common complaint in an area of England called Redditch.
And Schnorbits was the big dog of Burnley. All I'd say about orbits are, for me, defined as R plus something by their very definition.
Precisely, Adam. Exactly. Well said. Can you repeat it? That was brilliant.
So for the orbit to be described, then its arc that it makes is R plus something. That's what the orbit would be. Its primary function is R plus the additional bit that makes up the orbit, but it requires R.
Black Swan.
You mean the part they just said is not a force? That part?
Yeah, it's following its geodesic in space-time.
Defined by R.
Space-time.
It would have a straight line path in geodesics, wouldn't it? Defined by the orbital mechanics of R.
That's correct. That's why they would calculate a downward vector at 9.8 meters per second, i.e. terminal velocity in a gas, for their gravity downward vector, actually pseudo-Riemannian for space-time bending. So that's a straight path, actually a curved path, but it's a geodesic path, described as a geodesic in space-time. That's how they say curved is straight. That's why they think curved is straight, because a certain type of mathematics, that's pseudo-geometry, Einstein's force space, says it's curved. when it's actually travelling straight. That's how it's described.
And how does time curve?
Time's not a dimension, it's a concept. But it's described as a dimension. It's an extra dimension to the length, breadth, and depth that we experience. It's actually supposed to be width, height, and length. Length being what I call depth. So width, i.e. how wide something is, and then height, how high it is, gives you the second two-dimensional axis, and then length, how far back it goes. Women have legs. WHL. That's how you should lay out dimensions. I always get it wrong. I just say it in any old random order.
It's all right. So how does time, which is now a dimension, do anything?
But there is no time in that description I just gave you. That was the point. I just forgot to make it. Sorry. Women have legs doesn't involve time.
Yes, but they are in pseudo force space, and in pseudo force space, they have time. And according to what was previously said, something straight bends. And how does that happen?
Look, I've always got time, and I've got love for you if you were born in the 80s, but they're just concepts.
So I take it doesn't.
No, nothing's happening in space-time. It's a pseudo-geometry. We don't exist in that maths. That's not what existence is.
It's a fake place.
It's Narnia, if you like. So does...
See, this is what's bugged out, right? This dude came on here and he just said, oh, they've conceded that gravity is not a force. All right. Anti-flat earthers, so we agree. Why don't you come on and agree with us with that? Like, it's not a force. It's not a thing, but it's not a force. So why don't you come talk about it? Why are you sitting in your little freaking roach motel talking amongst each other how gravity is not a force now, when you told us for years now we're idiots because gravity is a force?
An answer. Because you've started a path towards the currently unwritten rules of anti-flat earth. Rule number 1, thou shalt never, under any circumstances, agree with a flat earther. Rule number 1. That is why chocolate.
I get it. And if you start going that route, see rule number 1 again. That's a damn shame, though. Like,
yeah,
I don't
that's rule number 1.
for...
Because rules like thou must adhere to globe rhetoric is much, much further down the list. Therefore, thou shalt not agree with a flat earther takes precedent over everything, including globe rhetoric.
This is where John, father of a stolen child's argument, takes on different aspects to what he said. He said if they ever understand R, they can never be anti-flat earther again. So you carry that out. If they ever agree with you on gravity, they cannot believe gravity again. So no matter what it is, it flows with that.
I think understanding that is that switch where you go from glober to anti-flat earther. Because when you're a glober, you still think the horizon's, the physical edge of your sphere. It's not just, sorry, Adam. It's not just a visual thing, right? For years and years, boats and buildings and stuff, blocked by this physical thing. And then you get to the black swan, you get to that point where it's like, oh, that can't be what that is. And if it is what that is, I'm completely wrong. So now I'm just going to say, that's not what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, hold on one sec. Just going to say sorry to Adam. Sorry, Adam. The middle of chocolate sentence rudely interrupted your thought there.
I know. I realised that I was
still
agreeing
apologize
with him.
I love it.
It kind of formulated in my head as he said it, so I split out. Sorry about that, Charlie. It was over. Say that I disagree with John really in Paul or whoever it was in terms of no. Once they've grasped R, it stops them being a baller. It leaves them a route. They either go to flat Earth, or what we tend to see is they become an anti-flat Earther. Now that doesn't mean they have to accept the actual implications of the black swan. They become an anti-flat earther and therefore just deny it, which is, to me, slightly different to what we used to say is if you're going to grasp the black swan, it leaves you no choice but to become a flat earther. But it was wrong. The alternative is just to completely become an anti-flat earther, but you can't remain a baller.
Right.
I think John is speaking. Hang on. I think John was speaking from personal experience, since once he realized it, he had to be honest with himself. So he's coming from the honest with yourself position.
Exactly, Tim. Yeah, that's the point. You've either got to go one way or the other, or start to be dishonest with yourself and become an anti-flat earther.
So it's about choice, and metaphorically, now we're starting to define this. Get to the point where we have a situation that we can define a bit more accurately with an example like is paralleled with Morpheus offering the two pills, so the red pill and the blue pill. But unbeknownst to the people who get offered these pills, our pills, the you've been lied to about the nature of the world that you're standing upon pills, when they get here, and I don't know who is the example that offers them this pill or takes them mentally to the point where they've got this choice before them, but they have literally got a choice. Recognition of the obvious, observable, measurable and navigatable flat earth that we dwell atop, or become an anti-flat earther. Now, for us, when we detail our transition, it's usually a story about how you came across the subject, thought it was stupid, did a bit of research, couldn't quite believe what you were seeing, and then eventually came to the conclusion that it can't be anything other than flat. There ends the transition story, i.e., you could in there have plenty of examples of Morpheus characters offering you red or blue pills and you saying, no, I don't want either. But unbeknownst to you, while you're telling that transitional story on a flat earth perspective or from a flat earth perspective, you don't realise that you're describing that story of, metaphorically, in a very simplistic way, Morpheus offering you the red or the blue pill. Now, further to that, the same exact thing happens for anybody. It doesn't matter if you end up being an anti-flat earther or end up being a flat earther. Once you're offered those two pills, you're then in the know about the non-geometric, geometric physical obstruction that's never to be seen and is always claimed to be the horizon and defined as being an edge that isn't claimed to be an edge. All of those things are going to be acutely aware to you, and you're going to dance and double speak your way around them, often in defiance of the actual globe rhetoric you're fighting to retain. But fighting to retain something that's already gone isn't going to get it you back. So I said this, I think it's Paul something or other, the guy I was subscribed to, and has recently transitioned back to the globe. And he's telling his audience, I've been welcomed back to the globe. And it's like, no, don't kid yourself. You've been welcomed into a tiny little cult of anti-flat earthers. Because those are all the people you listed. Ruhif, Simon Dan, Fight the Flat Earth. They're all anti-flat earthers. It's even in Craig's title. So don't kid yourself that you've suddenly managed to make your way back out of the Matrix or been inserted back in, if you want to look at yourself from a cipher position. Just insert me back in. I don't want to remember anything. I want this steak to still be juicy. It never will be.
I couldn't get
They
his
never
name,
get to the
Nathan.
point they get killed before they get there. Just like
Cypher is the thing, isn't it? That's exactly it. They've took the red pill, unfortunately, they're out of the Matrix, and therefore they become Cypher. They can't go back to the ball because they're already kicked out of the Matrix. They know the truth. So all they can do is become Cypher, isn't it? And to desperately want to go back. But no, they can never go back to that blissful ignorance.
And they appeal to the machines. They appeal to the Smiths, right? Get me back into the Matrix. Well, who are the Smiths? Well, they tell us they think we're agents. Literally, they call us them. So they see us as Smith, a soulless, uncaring person that's preventing them from making their way back into the Matrix and forgetting all about it if they're Cypher. Yeah? You see me as Agent Smith, don't you, fundies?
The thing about Agent Smith is, there's so many of us. Ah.
Ah. I like it. Matrix is useful for making these sorts of parallels for the fundies that think they're going to make their way back into the Matrix. I mean, back to the normality that they had before they made their way here. And they didn't experience any of the joy. So when I went, wow, been lied to on a massive scale, that means I don't know what the sky is anymore. Wow. I wonder if I'll be the one to find out. Excuse me. But that's a joy. It's not something to fear. Well, I say it's not something to fear. I know from personal testimony of people like Conspiracy Catz that it is definitely something to fear for them.
Now I'm really seeing in front of me, not literally, a movie persiflage or the Matrix scene with Agent Smith and from the original Matrix and Morpheus with like your face pasted over Agent Smith and Conspiracy Catz pasted over Morpheus.
He pulls off a great reverse racism line when they first encounter through the wall in the bathroom. So Smith grabs him through the wall. No, that's incorrect. He sacrifices himself. Of course he does. Right, jumps through the wall and meets Agent Smith. And he asks him his name and he says Smith. And Morpheus says, "You all look the same to me," which I thought was brilliant.
Brilliant. I like most lines that Agent Smith actually says throughout the entire movie trilogy. I think like all of what he says is really worthy, and he does puts a lot of effort in pronouncing it very well as well. You know,
Hugo Weaving.
I really appreciate the character and the actor.
Exceptionally good actor. That's why. He's in V for Vendetta.
I mean, he's Elrond. What do you want? No.
Take this away, fundies. It is inevitable. Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, and navigatably flat. And you all know it deep down inside. But you're also acutely aware of, A, the horrible position it would be to be actually in our boat as a flat earther, because you're the ones making that boat miserable, aren't you? Yeah, so you don't want to be in that boat. But you're never going to get back to the mainland. It's never going to happen. You're out, lost at sea with us, not knowing what the hell's going on and terrified about it, right? Well, we're not. I'm not. I can only speak for myself.
So if Morpheus is Conspiracy Catz, would that make Neo ranty?
I didn't
Quickly, Ratty, get away!
I didn't assign Conspiracy Catz as the lofty title of Morpheus. Far from it. He'd be more like one of the characters that the agents jump into and is totally dispensable.
But they all are, right? But just for the analogy of like how they view you, right? They think you are Agent Smith. And we do have that efficiency because we actually know how the system works. We know what is real, right?
I love it.
While we deal with the people out there that are still in the Matrix.
This is why I love Arwin, right? What Arwin has just done is he's taken postulation and speculation and an allegory, if you like, from me, a comparison, and turned it into the view of the ballers just by one statement. So Arwin's now manifesting this into reality. I love it. Thank you, Arwin.
I'm literally seeing the movie scenes with music and all, and your face is pasted over the characters in the running movie. Maybe some sentence adaptations where the flat Earth is mentioned and you will never take the ball.
Did you want to read out what's on screen? Is it Adam that's got this presented? Ooh. It is.
I think this is one we did a while back, but I thought you might want it for today's thumbnail. Anything, I'll send it you.
I'll use it. I've got this. I'm sure you've sent it before. As you've written it, did you want to read out what it says?
Okay. You know I know the ball doesn't exist. I know that when cash goes into my pocket, the ballers are telling me it's juicy and delicious. After 5 years, you know what I realise? Ignorance is bliss.
Brilliant. Now I wonder though, if we could actually get Ranty as far as to, I don't know, pay him just a fee to actually read that out live for us. So we have the live recording of him actually saying it along with the picture. Now that would be great.
Send it
I
as a
don't
super
think
chat.
he would mind too much.
We'll just send it as a super chat and he'll read out your super chat, right? There you go, Ranty. Helping you out here, my friend. From one YouTuber to another. Just so it's clear, from one YouTuber to another, I wish him every success.
Yeah, and we have a potential small acting job for him. All he has to do is basically read out what is written here in a well-spoken recording.
No, you're asking a bit much, aren't you?
Sorry?
Yeah, I think that's a step too far.
Really? For $5 or something? Come on.
Yeah,
You can miss that.
You can't pay someone to be well-spoken.
But as long as it's not just blurting it out like he doesn't care, right? Right? He has to mean it.
Check it out. Owen's giving him stage directions.
Yes.
Where has he been? Is he out somewhere looking for his locally flat globe?
Locally flat. Wherever he goes, it's locally flat.
What happened to the
Wherever you
Blackpool?
go, there you are.
What happened to the Blackpool image that was supposed to debunk everything? How come it's conveniently gone away? And here we are, since 2020, still talking about the Black Swan, which hasn't conveniently gone away.
The problem was that they needed things asserting with drop values, and that needs R.
You mean visible things that are now non-visible visible things? Things like that?
Well, what they like to do, as we discussed on the live show, is they were all very keen when their opponent, that would be us, was forced into a position where they begged the question of the R value and worked within the parameters of their begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve calculator. Now, what Catz and crew did was they utilised the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve calculator to assert that they had the drop values matching with their model. That would be utilisation of an assertion that requires an R value we've debunked. Radius 3959, that's where they get their drop values from. Why do you think they're asking you why so many feet and inches are missing from whatever's missing in their imagery? Well, they're asking it because they're utilising an R value they're assuming. They just expect their audiences to not notice. And when we ask for R, given that that's a specific claim they're making about drop values, yeah, that needs R. Shocking, eh? I'd ask for it, given I ask for it daily. Not at all, just ostrich syndrome.
Well, all their arguments have a very short shelf life.
They're out of date before they've even got here. That's the point. Shelf life? No. I'm not going to give shelf life, that would be my time, to out-of-date stock. Right? The assertion, for instance, that you've got a certain drop value or missing feet and inches value based on a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve calculator isn't going to wash. It's out of date. They don't get it because they've ignored it. That doesn't bother me. It just means I can laugh at them when they're shocked and shaken because I asked for R.
I agreed 100%, but my point was, from their perspective, they gave up on it. They had the short shelf life with it, not us. It was out of date from the beginning for us.
Well, that's not strictly true. We begged the question for a certain period. That was when you'll see 10 members of a flat earth or anti-flat earth crew come and challenge me on my own and kick people out and boot them and take every advantage, technologically speaking, that they could out of the Hangout setup I had, so that they could have every panel filled with globe believers asserting how much should or shouldn't be there based on a geometric sphere edge horizon based on an R value in a calculator that everyone was talking about. And they like that. And in their echo chambers, they still like to use that R value we've debunked. Because they hope that people that are watching don't know. It's the elephant in the room.
Any calculation of an R value has always got a presupposition in there somewhere, right? a presupposition of a sphere.
Correct. Their R value is they're begging the question. And they need to beg the question. That would be to assume their outcome in every single instance. Now, their route to beg the question used to be justifiable because they just know. Right, that's their answer to it. I beg the question because I already know. I already beg the question because I beg the question. Right? That was their justification. So we had to take it one step further. We've had to go to extra efforts. Not a cursory Google glance, which is what we get from the majority of people who challenge us. Well, I might have spent a week looking at it, so I can challenge you implicitly, right? No, they'll probably confirm our point at the end of their argument.
I guess it was just more fun
Yeah,
to
there's
argue
just
when
no way they
we
can
actually
provide an R value without making a presupposition of some kind somewhere.
It is the presupposition. The R value is that presupposition defined. In the begging the question bit of the proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, R is the begging the question part. That R value.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because that asserts there's a ball.
Yeah. The moment you start comparing what your imagery shows versus what's in that calculator, every outcome with every argument is automatically assumed to be taking place on a ball. It's in the title. It's called Earth curve calculator. Oh, so we're assuming we're dealing with Earth curve then? Yeah. At radius 3959. Here it is. There it is. There's the number in the maths. Where'd you get it? Black Swan. Yeah, you got it from dip angle measurements to a physical assumed to be sphere edge horizon that you drew a tangent point to. Yeah, do you remember Craig Fight the Flat Earth came here? And filibustered his way around the fact that he needed a tangent. That's where he lost.
Going around the argument is all they have. They've centralized their entire tactics for a long time now, based on how to evade arguments. Because that's all they would ever have, just the evasion.
Yeah, we've been asking the same questions for a significant period of time, and because repetition is the mother of complacency, they think it doesn't matter. Oh, well, that's just some dusty old argument that keeps getting asked over and over again that we don't need to pay attention to. Like the intro music. You probably don't even know what the tune is. If I asked you to repeat it, you probably couldn't go through it in your mind right now, on the spot, because you don't pay attention to it anymore. Well, the same is true for the housekeeping questions if you're a fundie. You just don't listen to them. That's why when we ask them and there are fundies on the panel, they don't get an answer. And then they bring up their argument that requires the R value that's just been asked for in the housekeeping questions. They'll assume it in their argument, having literally ignored it when asked in housekeeping. Doesn't mean it hasn't been asked for 3 years. It has.
I guess it was just more fun for them when we decided to go along and reify the R with them and argue with them, spend all this time arguing with them about how wrong it is instead of actually establishing whether it actually exists or not. Which is funny because then when Vic West showed up here and told us that it's basically a presupposition based on the standard model, and we were like, yeah, thanks. It's like, Blackball should have showed up like right there. Right, because like we had it right there. It's like, well, I guess you had to add the rising and all that, but just the fact that he said that R is just based on, it's just a presupposition based on the model. Well, thanks.
Well, you'd think that would be where we won. I thought that would be where we won. That's it. You're using a begging the question fallacy to make your assertion, therefore you've lost. You're using fallacious reasoning. And if you're using fallacious reasoning, then your argument's void. Well, your argument is that you already know you're on a sphere. Okay, that's your void argument. What's your response? We already know we're on a sphere. No, that's the argument I'm making. That's a begging the question fallacy. Yeah, but we already know we're on a sphere. No, you don't. You've just assumed it. Yeah, we assume it because we already know it. So you just go around in circles with them telling you that it's okay to beg the question. And obviously at some stage, Quantum Erase has recognised that and gone, yeah, we're going to have to go in further. We're going to have to beg the question with them. Assume their outcome. Bearing in mind that when we did that, some of the numpties told us that us assuming their outcome was a straw man. Rule number 1 of anti-flat earth. If a flat earth is asserting it's wrong, even if it's literally the fundamental premise of a globe belief, that would be radius 3959 earthosphere, that will be called a straw man by anti-flat earthers. I mean, let's break that down, right? We take their position to debunk a begging the question fallacy, something that is so beyond any other debating point is untrue. The point of a fallacious reasoning being highlighted, that's the end of most normal debates. Obviously, that's not the case as most of the Western world just know they're on a sphere, so that's what we actually face when pointing out that logical fallacy. To assume one's outcome, to beg the question. No, we just beg the question. What are you talking about? We beg the question. What's wrong with you? Okay, right, so we'll beg the question with you. What you're asserting begging the question, well then it's a straw man. Hold on, to say that your claim that Earth's a sphere radius 3959 is a straw man is to say Earth being a sphere 3959 in radius is a straw man argument. So that's our argument. So again, another position where anti-flat earthers actually take the same position as Earth, right? Earth a sphere radius 3959 a straw man? Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. We also say that. It's just some straw man nonsense you come up with on the globe side. No, it's now your claim that I'm going to debunk because you've said it and you're a flat earther. It's just nonsense.
You keep mentioning this begging the
Direct
question.
quote.
I think you kind of made that up, Nathan.
Direct quote, 10th man. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, is that your claim? Response, Ed. No, that sounds like your claim.
Oh, Ed.
Yeah.
Sounds like our claim? Really?
Perfect timing. Thank you, Chocolate. I'm glad you've got an example right up your sleeve. Excellent. Exactly. So suddenly the claim Earth's a sphere radius 3959, debunked by the Black Swan, becomes the flat earthers' claim to debunk. No, it really doesn't. Likewise, Earth turning under footballs to win football games. What's that? It doesn't happen under balloons? Yeah, that's your claim, Earth turns underneath footballs. No, it's not. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson's. He definitely didn't say Earth turns underneath footballs when he held something above a globe and showed it drifting at a different rate and claimed that it won the game. That wasn't his claim. It's your claim, flat earther. No, it really isn't, honestly.
The ballers don't, or the anti-flat earthers don't really claim that it's our claim. They just claim that we claim it's their claim, right?
Yep. Yeah, I don't trust that you can make our claim correctly, therefore the claim you've made is inaccurate and not a globe claim, and I'm going to attack the claim you've made, which is inaccurate and not a globe claim, and when I debunk it, I won't actually be debunking the actual globe rhetoric. I'm debunking you and your inaccurate rendition of the globe rhetoric because you're a flat earther. That's what happens. Quick shout out, I want to do a quick shout out to a show I watched yesterday, which was Quantum Erasers taking apart a Blue Marble Science. And he pointed out something quite profound which made me chuckle, which was to say that if you're going to retain angular momentum, that is to say you're retaining something that is described as your rotational velocity around an axis. So that would mean that if a hot air balloon retains angular momentum, it means it's retaining its own spin. Therefore, it's spinning about its axis and retaining that spin. That would be the retention of angular momentum. So do hot air balloons spin above the ground because they've retained angular momentum? It's absolutely absurd, but I'd never thought about it till Quantum Eraser pointed it out on his show last night in Attack of Hillbilly Blue Balls, Attack of Neil deGrasse Tyson, claimed to be an attack on me.
That's a good point.
It's nonsensical once you understand what retention of angular momentum is, to claim that something leaving the thing that's got the angular momentum retains it. If you were to excuse that nonsensical thing that could happen, then the consequent, whether it be a drone or a balloon in this case, is, okay, we give you the retention of the angular momentum. Now you claim that this allows the balloon to stay lockstepness. But actually, if you transfer the definition and allow the premise that it's able to transfer, then all that happens is the balloon rotates 360 degrees every 24 hours. The Earth would still move underneath it, but the retention, the actual definition of what's been retained, which is its angular momentum, is a rotation of 360 degrees per hour. So the balloon does what it does, the Coriolis carries on, but in addition to that, the angular momentum would mean the balloon would rotate once every 24 hours on its axis.
Exactly. Which is absurd. Highly recommend you go and check out Quantum Eraser's video. It's called Blue Marble Science, open brackets, apostrophe, Hillbilly Blue Balls the Redneck Retard in capitals, apostrophe, close brackets, colon, meatball, dash, tard, massacre. Catchy title.
That's really interesting. I've never even considered that if you have a balloon filled with any gas, you can rotate, but it'll quickly slow down to a halt and basically stop its rotation. Well, if the balloon is filled with a liquid or sand, it will not stop the rotation. So the gas inside and out is having a frictionless slowing down effect somehow, very distinctly. So that's interesting.
Well, more interesting is the contradiction in terms when using Newtonian effects to justify this, because then you'd need an inertial and non-inertial reference frame to make those descriptions. Now, Blue Marble Idiot has also specifically said it's only a non-inertial reference frame. It's like, yeah, but your descriptions from Newton require an inertial reference frame. What are you babbling about? It's just an idiot, basically. And how idiotic
Did he really
is...
say that?
Yeah. But I didn't know that. I'm not going to pretend to be that smart in this regard. It takes someone like Quantum Eraser to highlight that. But when you think about it, you go, yeah, these descriptions have got a non-inertial reference frame and then the description of the not actual force in the inertial reference frame. That's how it's described. So you can't describe it unless you've got two reference frames. Now, that makes me sound smart. I wouldn't have come to that conclusion unless I'd watched that Quantum Eraser video. But still, I've watched it and gone, wow, that's really stupid. Why would you say one reference frame? It completely craps on your own argument, you idiot.
For me,
That's what I'm saying. Are they idiots?
All kudos to QE, but it's defined as something moving within a reference frame in relation to another. It's literally defined that way. How could you possibly say it's only one?
Because they don't know how to define what's defined. They don't. So, I mean, if they're already definitions and all you got to do is read them to know how things are defined, then I might have to go and say that they can't read.
Hold on. Chocolate, do you want to say it or shall I?
Go ahead, man.
The definition of words is meaningless, Eli.
I literally was going to say
that it's an optical illusion. Once they understand that, maybe they'll get it.
Hold on, that sounds like a positive claim. What was that, my friend? That sounded like a claim.
We are back to the beginning. They don't want to understand.
Hold on,
they
Ten.
cherry pick.
Hello. Sorry, Neil. What was that claim you just made?
I said it's an optical illusion.
What's an optical illusion?
Coriolis effect.
Where do we see that?
Earth-based Coriolis is an optical illusion. I mean, it's not real. Otherwise, we'd see it everywhere. But if you want to talk about the Coriolis effect, all you got to do is go in a roundabout, spin the sucker, and throw a ball. And you'll see a deviation, a deflection, an apparent drift, but not a real drift.
You don't even need to throw a ball. Sit on a roundabout and look at anything that isn't attached to the roundabout. That's how you see the effect.
Yeah, but it looks better when you throw a ball. That video, you really see it. I mean, it looks like that sucker's curving.
All the Coriolis effect really is, and how I like to describe, is the misunderstanding of, or basically the base assumption that it's not you that's moving, it's everything else while it is you that is moving and everything else isn't.
Exactly. That's right.
It's
Wait, that's,
literally- it's not
hold on,
you, it's
hold on,
me.
hold on, hello, hold on. Owen's absolutely right. When you describe it as a force, that's correct. The assumption that you are non-inertial, right? So from your vantage point, you're not moving. You're on a spinning roundabout. But your reference frame and your viewpoint and how you're going to describe this force of a tree limb hanging over the roundabout, coming to get you, that's the Coriolis force. So your assumption that you're not moving and this effect that you describe as a force of the tree coming towards you, because it is moving towards you, right? No, it's an optical illusion.
You're actually moving towards it.
Sort of like when, like, have you ever ridden a bike and you go to spit a loogie and it comes right back in your face?
That's disgusting.
Coriolis right there.
But yes,
Better out is out the car window.
that's correct. It didn't.
Coriolis. Like
That's
when
correct.
you
Yeah.
spit and it appears to make a curve. Like if you spit to the side, it'll appear like it's curving. But that's just it's not actually doing that, obviously.
Yeah. Thank you for that disgusting example.
Yeah, I must say it was close, but it wasn't the spitting image of the other example.
Why did I
I
know
would-
a pun was coming?
I'd still try and, from the presentation last night, it's been, reference frames are a pain in the arse. They're confusing. And it's easy for you to tie up. But the thing that I took out of QEs last night is just to go back to that retention of angular momentum. From day one, they've quoted it, cited it, and kind of confused people with it. And I think in conjunction with a much more simpler basic explanations from Flatsoid as well, with QEs now, it's quite clear and easy to destroy them. This claim of angular momentum relates to the object and the retention of the object on its axis. It's got nothing to do, which is what they've tried to mug us off with for years, that this retention of angular momentum has something to do with any object leaving. It doesn't. It's to do with the object rotating on its axis. So they can't use it. That's what you've got to get over to them, that you're not allowed. You can say it all you like, but it's got nothing to do with any object. It's to do with, and only in this model, your rotating ball. That's the only thing that retains angular momentum.
Yeah, about
exactly.
its axis.
Like, so for example, sorry if you don't mind. For example, I have a yo-yo, right? And I have it at the length of the string, and I'm spinning it in a circle. Now, if I detach the yo-yo from the string and continue rotating the string, the yo-yo is not going to maintain that circular path, aka it's not going to conserve angular momentum. That's absurd.
It will conserve linear momentum, and it will go in a linear movement from the moment it leaves the string, won't it? Then it'll have conservation of some linear momentum.
Right.
Yeah. But there's no angular momentum because it's no longer got any angular momentum.
Right. If you want to impose a measurement of the conservation of angular momentum into a description of Coriolis effect, the only thing that would be described that way would be the roundabout. But it bastardizes the description because the description that you're observing and just detailing is from a non-inertial reference frame. So what are you going to do? Detail the retention of the momentum in the non-inertial reference frame? Well, yeah, you can when you're detailing the causes of the effect. That would be you rotating underneath. And you can detail, if you choose to, how much that rotating platform retains momentum. But the effect being detailed is the effect induced from you rotating underneath things. That's what Coriolis is. So number one, conservation of angular momentum has absolutely nothing to do with Coriolis effect. And the globe, not anti-flat earthers, The globe claims Coriolis effect. The only way to experience Coriolis effect is to be on a rotating, non-inertial reference frame, turning beneath an inertial reference frame. It is the only way to experience Coriolis effect. Not like the only way to experience Disneyland is with a cool hat on. It can only be induced if you are turning beneath things. So when the anti-flat earther tells me, why would you say we're turning beneath things? Number one, I wouldn't. I'm a flat earther. I don't think we're spinning. That's nonsense. But number two, yeah, you'd have to be, because that's what you need to happen to have Coriolis effect as claimed by the globe. We just debunked it when we just simply showed that we're not turning beneath stuff. That's all we needed to do.
Not to mention that the gases cannot possibly be moving with the Earth either.
That's an anti-flat Earth rebuttal, though, isn't it? When they tell us we've got one reference frame and we just assume we're spinning with no effect to observe because the atmosphere's velcroed to the Earth and moves with it in violation of the first law. Yeah, that's an anti-flat Earth comeback. Meanwhile, the globe claims Coriolis effect. What's that? Yeah, we've got to be turning underneath stuff to experience that. Yeah, definitely. That's how it's experienced.
Oh, by the way, everything
Oh,
you
wait a
just
minute,
said.
wait a minute.
Hold
I'm
on a
trying to
second.
say that the
Hold
Coriolis
on a
effect-
second.
Mumble. One of you pick.
That's why they say that the Coriolis effect will only be seen with objects that don't interact with the gases of the atmosphere.
Well, like footballs.
That's what I've heard them say.
This is where we get
Aren't
to the
these
claim.
objects in the atmosphere?
What about
you're
sniper's
moving
bullets?
Too far away from.
Hold on, I'm
I
next.
wanted to get
Hello,
into what
everybody.
Nathan said though.
Go, Eli.
So did I.
What you just said. Okay, so you go first.
I was just going to say everything Nathan just said. Then, if the Earth is spinning, I should be seeing things deviate all over the place, and I see nothing.
Okay, now, initially when I said it was a violation of the first law, I think that it was because you were trying to detail something else. Whatever response you gave had me thinking, okay, well, I shouldn't say that it is a violation of the first law.
I
But
can
seeing
break
as
that down.
you brought it up now,
You want me to break that down?
yes, please.
Fine. I'll take it in 3 steps. First step, globe claim. Globe claim, Earth turns underneath to cause Coriolis effect. You can only have Coriolis effect if you turn underneath, so that is a claim that Earth turns beneath to cause that effect. Okay? I'll give examples. Snipers are claimed to have to track their targets at long distances because it is claimed we have Coriolis effect. Again, just to highlight, that would be Earth turning underneath the bullet after it's fired. Also, Neil deGrasse Tyson says a football game was won because of a deflection to the right because of Earth's rotation. That would be Coriolis effect, Earth turning underneath the ball to cause it to deflect with Coriolis force. Not an actual deflection, merely you observing the ball curve through the goal as you turn beneath the ball, which is in a second reference frame. That's Coriolis effect. So that's step 1. Step 2. We point out that if Earth turns beneath bullets and footballs, it will also turn beneath hot air balloons and aeroplanes, and that doesn't happen. That's flat earthers pointing out that we don't have Coriolis effect. Step 2. Step 3. Enter anti-flat earther. Force-fed a pill he didn't want to take, steps in to tell you, no. The globe does not claim we must turn underneath to experience Coriolis, as is the prerequisite of that effect. Earth and atmosphere turn together. Therefore, as you increase altitude, the velocity of the air, which is unbonded, is actually increasing its speed to match the ground below, spinning at 1,000 miles on the equator. 1,000 miles an hour. So you go up higher, and the air velocity suddenly violates the first law of thermodynamics. It increases energy to track with the ground below, because it's somehow bonded via Velcro. Yeah, that is the first law of thermodynamics violation. So step 3, when anti-flat earther steps in, and number 1 violates his own claim that the globe makes, which is that Earth turns beneath to induce this effect called Coriolis. He says, no, it doesn't. Earth doesn't turn under hot air balloons. the thing you've used to completely debunk the claim that Earth turns underneath bullets and balls. It doesn't turn underneath anything. One reference frame, it all turns together, violating the first law of thermodynamics. Hopefully that's clear.
Can you help me understand how it violates the first law?
Hold on, I just want to get Eli's reply, whoever that is. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, so the only response that exposes them is they'll at some point in that conversation, after having that explained, they'll say something like, oh, you know, it's a minuscule amount. But that right there is an admission that it would be a violation. I don't care how minuscule it is.
Yeah, that's right.
The quantity is irrelevant.
Yeah, the amount is irrelevant. It's
sort of like the sky vacuum when they admit to that.
Just let Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
Is it more that's required? It doesn't matter how much more for it to violate the first law, does it? It can be the smallest of decimals. It's still more, and therefore it violates the first law.
Go ahead, whoever was it, Neil.
I was just saying, it sounds like the same thing when they admit there's no sky vacuum.
Okay, we'll come back to that, Neil. Who's me? And then maybe we'll go back to Neil.
Yeah, it's Eric.
Eric, go ahead.
So I just want to make sure I understand how it violates the first law. So what I understand is that the first law of thermodynamics is that energy or matter can't be created or destroyed. So they're claiming that it's conserving momentum, and so it comes off the Earth, and then it's keeping pace with the Earth underneath, and it's like having infinite energy, like it's just like somehow maintaining infinite energy.
No.
Is that right?
No. So if you draw a line along there, we're going to start at the equator for simplistic explanation. Start at the equator, right? So we're going to call it 24,000 miles. Now go out away from that equator on a presupposed spherical Earth by 10 miles. That distance, the circumference, is bigger now, right? You're further away from a ball, higher up, effectively, in their model. That makes the travelling distance at that higher altitude further, a greater circumference. Do you follow me so far?
Yeah.
Right. So you've got a particle of gas that's along the ground. It's an inch off the ground. And we're going to say, even though it's immediately done it, that an inch off the ground, it's travelling at the rate that the ground's travelling at. In their explanation, that would be 1,000 miles an hour. With me?
Yep.
Well, what happens if you've got a greater distance to travel? You've got to increase your speed. I'm nearly there. You've got to increase your speed to track at the same rate. So I just explained this with a racetrack, an oval. To track at the same rate as the guy on the outside of the oval, the guy on the inside of the oval goes slower because he's got less distance to travel. Now, for that air particle to maintain its rate at the same piece of ground below it, as it goes higher, it has to go faster. Therefore, an introduction of energy violating the first law. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then that applies to the whatever device or something, whatever's in the sky, right? Like a drone or a plane, same thing?
Well, not necessarily, because they can input their own energy. We're talking about something that's got an energy that's dictated by a number of laws. But in terms of its increased velocity when velcroed to an Earth that's presupposed to spinning, that's a first law violation.
Okay, that makes sense, but that would apply to the air balloon too, because it doesn't have any way to increase its energy.
Technically, yes. But if you start getting into an argument that's based on that, number one, we are way past the claim the globe makes. We're now into a debate about how and why we can have one reference frame that stands in direct contradiction of the actual globe claim. So while I could say, yeah, you could technically argue that if you're going to beg the question that stands in violation of the actual globe claim that we have drift as we turn beneath stuff, and assume that unbonded gas is somehow bonded with Velcro and violating the first law, increasing its velocity as it increases in altitude, then that would also apply to aeroplanes, wouldn't it? You could do that. I think we're so off into the weeds at this point that it's worth highlighting that everything we're now discussing is just a repositioning from an anti-flat earther to make the claim that the globe makes that Earth should turn underneath stuff, to give you Coriolis, a flat Earth claim, when it isn't. And then you get into the nitty-gritty of how Earth and atmosphere can travel together. This is a bullshit argument that helps nobody, because it's not debunking the claim that the globe makes. It's arguing simultaneously against and for the globe for them, but positioned as though it's our bloody claim that we should turn underneath stuff. And we don't make that claim. And neither do them at that point. They're trying to get away from the fact that Earth claims we should turn beneath by saying it's all Velcroed together. Ultimately a first law violation, regardless of whether aeroplanes fit into that equation or not.
Okay, I think I really understand now. And also, Nathan, you used a logical fallacy before.
Oh yeah, go on.
Yeah, you used a baseless assertion. Don't assume that I don't know what the song is. I know what the song is. It's stuck in my head all the time.
It was a sweeping generalization and stereotyping fallacy, actually.
I agree with that one. I was just like, I know that damn song. What you mean?
Not a baseless assertion.
What'd you say it was? A sweeping what now?
Sweeping generalization. And stereotyping fallacy. If you watch the show, you're not going to know what the tune is, because you've watched it so many times. So it had a few caveats. But this is me being Weasley, not eating humble pie. This is me being scum and just not saying you're right. Yeah, correct. But I can be a weasel too, right? Yes, you're right. I occasionally use fallacies too, often stereotyping fallacies.
They're just fun though, right?
And we all do it. We were talking about this earlier on the show, right? In terms of something that George Carlin talks about quite often, or did, which is about people's bullshit level. You know, for the most part, when someone like Blue Marble, especially if you're biased towards his argument, makes up a load of crap, not everyone's bullshit meter goes off. But it just highlights that a lot of the time, a lot of what people say is complete bullshit. Now, the problem that I had when I got here was exactly that you get a little bit of information and you start putting it out there, and you haven't researched it enough. That's laziness on my part. You know, just let the trolls educate me in the initial stages of this. And they did a beautiful job. Thank you very much to people like Slice Barcane, who just delivered me information because they were too dumb to realise what I was doing. But they did. They just kept delivering me the links with all the info I needed to research, but they told me I was dumb because I hadn't. And you're like, yeah, thanks for doing all that work. I'm much better educated for it. Now I'm going to rip it to shreds. So you present it to me. But for all of the people who did actually present information, for the most part, most people won't do any research. And they'll do a cursory glance and then claim that they're an expert. And not everyone's bullshit meter goes off, but when somebody's, like QE, bullshit meter goes off and goes, hang on a second, conservation of angular momentum? What the hell are you talking about? And then pulls it apart with definitions. That's when you've got justification, by the way, in using the sound effects. The buzzer noise and QE going, wrong. That's when it does actually work, because he's got a justifiable reason for doing it. Because if it was a game show, you know, you'd be called out for your bullshit. You'd lose the $50 on your scoreboard. No such consequences in the anti-flat earth world. You'll get patted on the back regardless of the outcome. You'll be told you won regardless of the outcome.
Oh my God, who wants to be a millionaire? $1 million question for a 6-foot observer. How far away is the physical limitation for which you can see the ground? Oh man.
Eli,
refraction.
Can I take a lifeline, Eli, and choose to obfuscate?
I heard that the other two. The guy said, he literally said, meanwhile, the earth spins and life goes on.
Although that was a bad example, because they'll say that it's there, you just can't see it.
Yeah, what a wonderful rebuttal that is.
Yeah, of course. Why would you expect to see that visible thing?
Of course the clothes are there, your majesty. You just can't see them.
And we come around and say, no, buddy, you're naked.
Right, when they say you just don't understand, that is like, yeah, you just can't see these clothing.
Nobody, you're naked.
That's exactly what that is too.
Nobody,
You just don't
you're
understand
naked.
how these clothes are here, and you just don't see it. You just don't understand that.
You're naked,
This is not
buddy.
a phallus that you're looking at.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
You're naked and you went into a cold pool, and I don't want to hear about shrinkage.
It's true. Probably only what is it? Sophisticated, vaccinated people could see the clothes.
Hey man, Bill Gates for president.
Nice.
No, Nathan won't know that because he don't watch telly. But
What am I not knowing? Fill me in.
there's been a bit of palaver with regards to a certain person having a 60th birthday party and lots of people going against the rules that everybody else has to follow. And I think it was one of the New York Times people spoke on behalf of this person and pointed out it was perfectly all right for them to do that because this was a sophisticated, vaccinated crowd that were gathering, breaking the rules. Rules for
I saw that.
Oh my.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let me get this straight. So the people are being encouraged to be outraged by the higher powers that be breaking the rules. They're not asking themselves, why are you not allowed to have a party?
It's almost like the mainstream media starting to ask that question that we've asked ourselves years ago. I think that's the pertinent point. To keep you abreast of current affairs, it's interesting the division in rhetoric now in the mainstream. There are two split camps.
It's almost like the anti-flat earthers and the globers, right? It's kind of the same thing. When the narrative gets too fucked up, the sides start to scramble against each other.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I hadn't asked, to be honest. It's just all the same old propaganda that always used to infuriate me right from when I was a kid. And whenever it pops up on my iPad, you're like, I'm not interested in this iPad. And I'll tell you so. They still send it me all the time.
Hey, Adam, let me ask you a question. As a pharmacist, do you prescribe medicine for hemorrhoids?
Oh, God.
Hang on.
This is going to stink.
Adam.
He went on mute.
Oh, man. Perfect timing got ruined.
I can answer that question.
Look, just he's
I'm
not
Adam.
he's
I'll
not
wait
going to
for-
diagnose you. You're a musho 10th.
No, it's not me.
Oh,
He
yeah,
said
it's
something
for a
earlier.
friend. I know.
It's not for a friend. He said something earlier. I'm going to tie him to his statement.
Look, right, if you want to bring hemorrhoids up, I'm going to spin this in a way that isn't fun for you.
Okay, here we go. I'll do it without him. He said, okay, the reason I asked that question is because I was going to tell him that maybe when he said that the two reference frames are pain in the ass for the anti-flat earthers, he could prescribe him something.
Yeah, it's pharmaceutical. And it used to be a big thing that they would rob in the drugstores.
In the interest of balance, if you are suffering with hemorrhoids, contact your doctor.
Thanks for ruining everything, everybody.
Nathan, you can disable that news widget.
Oh, yes, please. So just clicking not interested over and over. Yes, tell me, please, God. If I can not subject myself to the propaganda, I'd be much, much, much happier. Because all the propaganda does is either infuriate you at the surface level, which is precisely what's been printed and how you're supposed to take it there and then, or you look at it at a different level that I've just done immediately, and that annoys you, which is also a level that they want you to be annoyed on. It's lose-lose with everything media-based, as far as I'm concerned. So you're a much happier soul if you're ignorant of it, as far as I'm concerned, because what good can the propaganda actually do you? If you're not subject to the propaganda and then someone mentions whatever propaganda they've been subjected to, in a cursory way. You normally assess it based on the validity of what somebody poses to you, and you most of the time go, I don't know if I need to be concerned with this really. Do I need to concern myself with this? How much of the day should I dedicate it to this? I've already forgotten what he said, or she said. What did you want to present, Adam? Or it's not Adam. It's
No, that's me.
What did? Yeah.
Because Adam mentioned a certain birthday party. That was Adam, or was it 10th Man? I don't remember. And just wanted to say, like, yeah, was it Akhenaten's birthday party?
Yeah.
I did actually see a clip of it, and there was this girl all Egyptian dressed up and shit. So it was like, yeah. I know what's
people
going on
having
here.
a party without masks on, when we're all made to have them on.
Yeah, but he did pay for those parties. You know, if you pay in advance 2,000 years, they'll still come and do the parties. I mean, what can you say?
The best response was from Nancy Pelosi, who wasn't invited to the party. She said, I had other parties to go to.
There's no way that's Obama or Akhenaten. Oh, Akhenaten was a ginger, mate. Ginger hair. Can't be Obama.
Well, maybe Obama is a ginger, you know? He's only supposed to be this micro percentage of actual black. So, whatever.
Micro percentage?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Everybody calls him black, but, like, I don't know, ancestry-wise, he's not really that black.
Okay.
Apparently.
Look, as a 12...
Who cares?
I care. I'm 12% black, and I take high offence to that.
Okay, well, not everybody that's 12% black keeps pale skin like you do. With Obama, he apparently carried the black skin thing right through.
Now that Adam is back, can I continue on the pharmaceutical vein I had?
Well, I'm more interested to know why Arwin cares about this. I'm being serious.
Because when I first saw this, I was really freaked out. It was like, damn, bro. He really does look like that.
Look like what?
What?
I don't follow. I don't understand the objection. Now, I'm not completely oblivious to the fact that people claim he's not black enough. But I'm interested to know why you brought it up or why you're interested in it.
I didn't. I just am interested in how much he looks like this statue. And that people know that. And that he has Egyptian-themed parties and shit. Right? That's all.
Well,
I don't care about his genetic heritage at all.
Okay. I was watching Bev chat with Jose the other day. And Jose was explaining that you got a job application. And on the application it said, are you black or white? And he was like, how do I answer that? Is there not another option? And he's like, I suppose I could kind of consider myself black. Ugh. And the person that was conducting the interview process was like, I'm going to call you white. So tick that box, and it's like, well, now we'll go on our day, you're white. And it's like, this is very metaphorically and literally black and white, isn't it? You know, what the fuck? But I don't know, if you shout out to you, Jose, I was very amused by your story, and I thought, yeah, I remember a similar scenario where I worked with a guy who was explaining that on his, you know, shoved under people's noses in the street when he was doing a former job, questionnaire didn't have anything other than Mr., Mrs., and Ms. or something like that, very limited choice. And this woman comes up to him and is like, well, I'm a doctor. Where's doctor on the sheet? He's like, it's not on there, I'll just call you Mrs. She's like, but I'm a doctor. It's like, yeah, that's not on my sheet. It's like, what? Oh, God. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, concerning the black and white option, I think that's ridiculous. In this day and age, you should be presented the typical color spectrum RGB, and just like, okay, you just pin where you think your color is.
Do you not think a dotted line? Do you not think a dotted line would be a better option rather than multiple choice? You know, what's your ethnicity, if required, right here?
Why don't you just have like, what colour thumb emoji do you use?
Yeah, that's like a Simpsons joke, isn't it? When they're going through I can't remember which customs, and they've just got a card that they hold up with various skin tones and a sliding scale. If they're into this skin tone, danger, definitely search them.
Are you a real redhead?
Well, that was fun.
Except y'all rumpus my pun.
What, your hemorrhoids
That was a
joke?
pun too. No, the rumpus. That was a pun about my hemorrhoid joke.
Rumpus. Ah, boom boom.
Yeah, because they're always butt hurt.
Rumpus is a liar.
You can't put Rumpty Dumpty back together again.
Oh, that just reminds me.
Rumpty Dumpty.
Adam was in that clip from QE yesterday, taking apart Blue Marble, shit-faced. That was very amusing.
I haven't heard it yet because I had to go for my tea at that point. So I've yet to listen, but John did warn me. Was I pretty laced? It'd be a late one evening, would it?
Yeah.
You were nice.
You'd had a couple of glasses for sure. But that made it better.
Talking about the Seahawk and stuff, or?
Well, normally people get obnoxious on the Globe side if they're a bit drunk. Whereas you're a little bit too reserved, generally speaking, and a little apologetic when you interrupt and things. Whereas, like with anything alcohol-related, those airs and graces dropped to a normal level. In other words, you just elevated yourself to the normal stature of anybody else having the conversation, and you had the winning argument, so it came through really clearly because you were a little bit sozzled, as opposed to just getting bolshy or shouting through people. You didn't do any of that. You just stuck to your guns, won your argument. It didn't matter that you were drunk.
Funny. Gives them a chance at least, doesn't it? If I dampen my a little bit, it's only fair.
Yeah, but you don't need to be sober anymore to win an argument because
I was just gonna say that.
Like they need to be sober in order to avoid an argument properly. We don't have that problem.
A drunken flat earther could debunk you.
It doesn't matter how slossled you are. You can just say, "Where'd you get your R value? You silly idiot."
Yeah. Where's your R, baller? Where's your R? Left
Nathan,
at home.
Nathan, you really are a good actor.
Left the R in the taxi, did you, baller?
That's an indictment if that's all it takes, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
But it is. You start listening to them launch into a description of, well, why is so many feet and inches value missing from the bottom of this building? You're going to need half of that, Fundy.
I need an off for that, sir. Yeah.
Sound like a bunch of jazzes.
I feel very drunk.
Can we do a drunk flat Earth special?
I don't drink.
What they say? Who said we don't have an R?
You can, but I don't actually drink. I mean, I will occasionally if somebody pretty much twists my arm to do it. Anthony's had to drink down my neck a couple of times. Say again?
Send Riley down with a bottle of rum.
I'm drinking beer right now.
Right.
I'm in Walmart and everybody just turned around and looked at me.
Yeah, I don't want to make out that I'm
trained
teetotal,
not to
but
sound drunk.
typically I don't drink. There's a bottle of alcohol here that's been here for 6 months. My wife got me because I once mentioned that when I was a rep, I quite liked a gin and tonic on a flight. That was about as much enthusiasm for a drink I've ever expressed. So she bought a bottle of gin and it's just sat there, sat in the fridge. I'm like, I don't want it. I'm not interested.
You need a bottle of champagne for a special occasion somewhere, though.
Yeah, same
Right.
thing. That's why I won't say I'm teetotal. If somebody gave me a glass of champagne at a wedding, I'd drink it. I wouldn't go back and get more glasses and get drunk. I'd just have a sip and toast. Because I'm just not that fussed. I like cherry Coke. Note to self: don't drink cherry Coke during a live show because you will belch into the microphone, Nathan. Like I did today.
Just put it on mute and then pre-belch so it doesn't happen right when you're speaking. That works.
Right. No, I drank a drink and then opened the mic and started talking. Anyway, but if you lot want to get absolutely sozzled and do a flat Earth debate, I have no issue with it descending into chaos because we've, pre-organised that you're all going to come on drunk at 5 a.m. like that. You'd have to be after a late night for one of you guys, so it'd have to be like, I don't know if you get bank holidays over there, but a day that, like, a Monday, and you're still sozzled from the Sunday where you've gone out partying.
I think one of a few Friday nights on Brandon's, last one just gone, was exactly that. Slightly sozzled in again. Brenda ran a mile. It was quite a good one. I just sat there listening for most of it until Brenda asked for evidence. They were talking about LiDAR. And I just pulled up the old... I had to go and search it, Nathan, on your channel, but pulled up the bit with Chris Monk sticking the LiDAR on the 3D map. And I just showed them the screenshot that the LiDAR was flat. This week. What was interesting was that the Rumpus was attacking Brenda this week and supporting flat earthers against some of the nonsense they were talking about, GPS and stuff, which was very interesting. I'm not figured out why he felt the need to batter his own team.
Trouble in the ranks.
Wait, what? Brenda was defending flat earthers?
No. Rumpus.
Oh, Rumpus.
Actually stopped them talking nonsense and pointed out some of the factual truths. You know how he does sometimes. He can't.
Yes. See, that's what I freaking love about Rumpus, right?
Yeah.
He is all about the craft.
Yeah.
Right.
That's hold on. Owen's right. That's why he stayed so long. Because up until that point, I would have called him a globe defender. I wouldn't have called him an anti-flat earther. But there was a point that he had to lie. Black Swan forced him to lie. And as soon as he took that anti-flat earth position, it's no longer the case that I can defend him and say, yeah, he will correct people on the actual rhetoric from the globe if they haven't got it correct. And that was always the case. I'm not saying I'm shocked and shaken by what Adam says, because I'm not. Doesn't change that he had to lie.
I didn't say I was shocked. I said I hadn't figured out why he'd done it, for what purpose. There's always going to be a reason that he'll not want that rhetoric.
Religious purposes. It's religious purposes.
Well, if it conflicts with his he needs people to fight from a certain position, right?
Exactly.
And they need to understand it how it is described so that it's effective in terms of how it's debated. And if they don't understand it, I mean, I've literally seen George Netanyahu and Rumpus go back and forth about Coriolis for 2 straight hours.
What?
Yeah,
where?
Rumpus correcting George Netanyahu on Coriolis.
But where? Like in some Discord somewhere?
On
or
erectile dysfunction.
What?
Erectile dysfunction. One of their YouTube channels.
Oh. What? Why would they call it that?
ED. Oh, I don't know why they called it ED. But either way, like I say, I've heard them going back and forth, being corrected, Rumpus making sure that the rhetoric is going to be stated correctly. Well, no worries. Useful opponent. Yeah, he's a total sod to deal with, and he's all rhetoric. But the fact that the filibustering is almost intolerable didn't get him banned ever, did it? Just the lies. Just lying about what you claimed. Because we won. They need a feet and inches value ascribable, and you know it's refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon. End quote, the Rumpus. But yeah, your refraction's based on R. You're moving stuff up and down with respect to the horizon to refract it when everyone assumes that the calculator is what the world represents. Yeah, we did that. We did that with them. We begged the question that the horizon was Earth curve. But then when it comes to us saying, we begged the question that the horizon was Earth curve and now you're telling us it isn't, and he has to say, no, I refracted the horizon at the Isle of Man. No, you didn't. That's where you've got to lie, because we've debunked the very thing you were claiming at the Isle of Man. Earth curve horizon, blocking it. How many feet and inches value are missing from the bottom? Well, that's because you've got physical Earth curve obscuring it. Meanwhile, you haven't got Earth curve. It only exists in the maths. When we point that out, we never claimed it at the Isle of Man. Lie. Bye-bye.
We do have a geometric horizon. We don't have a geometric horizon.
I miss those moments.
Yeah, the double-speaking stuttering was amusing to publish. Look, he's lying. No, that wasn't what I put up. Here's how he double speaks his way around the fact that he does and doesn't have a geometric horizon. Now, when he specifically argued with me, and unbeknownst to me, I'm begging his question with him, because I'm so generous like that. No, total ignorance on my part. Nonetheless, the question was begged and the horizon was assumed to be Earth curve, and we were asked and debated about how much feet and inches value was blocked with respect to that horizon, Earth curve. So to tell us that no, I didn't claim that that was Earth curve, that only exists in the maths, I always refracted the horizon. No, you very specifically told us that you know the position is refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon. That's what looming's defined as, even though your looming was all the time based on r at 7/6 of it, or any rate you fudged because you had to move it with respect to the horizon. So if you're going to lie about what we've debated about when I've got clear records of what was being claimed, and I can easily dig out clips of exactly that, quote, you know it's refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon, end quote, the rumpus. Don't then come here and tell me that you didn't do that, i.e. lie, because you'll never return. Especially after I've endorsed you like I have in the past and did just then with Adam, hence this disclaimer that I'm now launching into, where I'll say, yeah, rumpus will correct people on the globe rhetoric. Now, back when he was spending hours and hours going back and forth with George, I didn't appreciate that that was the process. Nudge, nudge, George, what we need to do is talk about this indefinitely, with no conclusive point being reached. Where you at some points assert we have one reference frame and I agree, and then suddenly you move to two and I disagree, then I have two and you agree, and then I have one and you disagree, and we will keep doing this round in circles for 2 hours. That was training.
Well, apparently he needed that training because George came here and got destroyed on Coriolis how many times? Years ago? Every other day, it seemed like for a little while he was getting destroyed on Coriolis.
Right. What exactly is spinning? Is it the shaving apparatus or is it him? Is it his head? You know? Which one was spinning?
You big dummy. Earth doesn't rotate underneath hot air balloons, big dummy.
Yeah, I've taken that quote, and then I just add on random things that the globe claims Earth turns beneath. Earth does not rotate underneath, end quote, blue marble. Footballs to win games. Quote, Earth does not rotate underneath, end quote, blue marble. Snipers' bullets for them to need to track the target. Earth does not turn underneath, end quote. Gyroscopes to cause 15 degrees an hour drift. So the list goes on. Earth does not turn underneath, end quote. The sun to cause Coriolis effect. Blue marble, you complete clown.
Yeah, he ruined his own reference frames and never even realized it.
Read this out, which I got from QE's stream. Like with most of these people, I don't watch their stream, so I don't get to pick up these quotes. I just get them from you guys when you republish their stuff. So, quote, gas pressure requires a container if you are talking about pressurized gas. End quote, blue marble science.
Wow.
Just repeat that once more. And I'll ask the housekeeping question first. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because Earth is asserted to be a pressurized system without containment in a sky vacuum. So how can we have gas pressure without a container? Quote, blue marble science. Gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas. End quote. Blue marble science.
I could not believe that. I'm glad QE kept on repeating it.
So,
Yeah,
is
you
gas
forgot
pressure
you forgot the first
not
part of that.
pressurized?
Hold on. Hold on. Go ahead, QE.
Yeah, you forgot the first part of that. He said, dude, show me a citation where gas pressure requires a container. That was the first part. then he gives the citation himself. Well, gas pressure requires a container. If you talk about pressurized gas, dumb fuck.
It's just,
Yeah,
it just
classic.
What?
it beggars belief, doesn't it?
Go, Chocolate, you better start listening to my stuff, man. I'm going to bubble your eye.
So could I perhaps?
I've been missing some awesomeness, obviously. What the hell, man?
So maybe
Show me a citation that I got that I'm about to read. Show me that.
Yeah, he
Now
gives
let
it.
me read it.
he's trying to emulate a flat earther. You know, like I'm trying to emulate a baller, and many of us can do that because we get them. They are trying to emulate the flat earthers.
Yeah, I've been saying that for ages. That's why I put anti-flat Earth as the title, because it's got flat Earth in it. For the most part, there are certain appositions. Earth doesn't turn underneath hot air balloons, gyroscopes, bullets, footballs. No, it doesn't. That's right. That's our position, Blue. Welcome to flat Earth. You seem to take the same position as us, in defiance of the globe. The horizon is not Earth curve. Whatever gave you that idea? Yeah, we didn't have that idea. It's the globe idea. But welcome to flat Earth. You seem to have the same position as us, don't you, anti-flat Earther? That's why flat Earther's in your name, anti-flat Earther.
Right, but they're trying to emulate us, but they overlook that we can emulate them because we totally understand them and even their train of thinking. We understand the arguments and how they're flawed. They don't have that luxury over us. So if they're going to emulate us, they're just going to effectively, by accident, break their own arguments without recourse. But
Right.
they don't seem to understand that.
Well, let them.
No, he's sort of doing like what Catz did.
They've become something that someone else, I'm forgetting who it was, but somebody pointed this out to me. I think it might have been Brian. He said, basically, what they've become is gatekeepers. So, they're part of a little niche. Anti-flat Earth is just a little niche. It's not globe belief. You're not making your way back into the Matrix. Don't kid yourselves, fundies. But that is set up so that there can be a yang to our yin, which is to say that we are set to be positioned against them, anti-flat Earth versus flat Earth. Heaven forbid that we actually enter into a situation where our arguments against the globe are put to the globe. That's why we have to be censored. That's why we're not put in front of fundies with a globe belief, normies. We're not allowed to reach them. We're allowed to stay in our yin and yang situation with our positions, which definitely destroy the globe, being repositioned as our positions. Like somehow us saying that your globe claims Earth turns underneath to give you Coriolis effect, that's us asserting it. So that's how the argument is destined to be positioned if we focus on them. Hence the debacle with Catz. I'm not interested. I want an expert. I want somebody that actually has a globe rhetoric to claim. You know, Pat, for the sake of argument, has got a string of people that are making heliocentric claims that are experts on his channel. So I want one of them. Because then I'm actually attacking the argument I attack. Not the debunking that I've made being repositioned like I make the claim I've debunked. Attacked by school teachers. And nobodies. With cartoon names. No. Not at all. Been here long enough to actually say I want somebody with some expertise that makes a positive assertion that the Earth's a sphere with some credentials to back it. Now QE will tell you like I don't know this already. They can't do that because they already know they've lost. So they've obviously positioned it so that we have to face the gatekeepers only. Well, just say no. No, I'm not interested. You want to keep going with me, gatekeeper? Give me R. Yeah. What, you haven't got it? So what, you think we should just do the do-si-do? And waste time? No. You need R. That's it. Game over. You haven't got it? Find me someone who has. You think I give a shit that you think I'm being unreasonable for asking for the thing we've asked for 3 years? Yeah, I'm not being unreasonable. That's our winning argument. Not some unreasonable concession I'm asking for. Just how your globe dies.
I think if it was that easy, they'd just answer it.
Or if you're unwilling and take 100 attempts, 100 repetitions, no worries. We'll put it to somebody who's got some expertise in the matter, and then it's devastating to your actual faith to the normies to hear a globe expert actually have his argument ripped to shreds. Now, no normie in their right mind's going to give two craps if some ex-school teacher has his argument ripped to shreds. But you see a heliocentric expert that's on Pat Brittenden's show claiming that there's a new planet. Yeah? All right. This guy's just invented a planet, has he? Falling in orbit based on an R value? All right, I've debunked everything about that man's claim. But yet he's out there labelled an expert, talking his shit to the world. And am I going to get to challenge him? Hell no! You can have this, dickhead. You've already faced and can't give you an answer to a question. Elephant in the room. Why has no commenter given me the R value? It was my first objection. Even highlighted by Pat because he doesn't understand. Just give it me.
Well,
in any other scenario, you just have the opponent go, no, I can't just concede on the basis that I haven't got R. Here it is. Why would you ever suggest such a thing? No. That's how it's going to be positioned from now on. It's been 18 months.
Beautiful.
I was just going to say,
that-
I think Pat Brittington would be the guy that could get you in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson. But I guess with the latest turn of events and what you just laid out, that ain't going to happen.
It's not that I've just laid it out. That's how it's been positioned. Our arguments face the normie globe understanding that the Earth's a sphere. Well, we debunk the Earth as a sphere. Well, you can't have people who actually appeal to the masses facing us debunking their claims. No. Send in the anti-flat earthers and keep them busy with do-si-do, round in circles nonsense.
But see, it's because of you know, our camaraderie and our just will to come back here every day, or you know, speak to each other on a daily basis or by daily basis. It's like I've realized that on top of you saying, well, the public needs a re-education. A re-education, they need to be privy to the fact that there are globe earthers and anti-flat earthers, and we're just merely asking why there are contradictions. And that's been like super clear for the last 2 weeks. I've been very, very happy with FED. And I had a secondary point, which is my main point, but I forgot it. So I'll probably chime back in.
That's all right.
I just want to add on the Pat scenario, and I hope he clearly doesn't comprehend what's gone off prior to him deciding that he wants a radio show on this. But I hope he does look at it, listens to the past shows where there's hours and hours that he could just stick on his show of what would end up being if it was Nathan v. Catz, which should just be, we've all heard before. But I think what will be interesting is if he does have the plums to go away and actually try and get an expert and what the response he'll get. And I think that will be very telling to him. If he is interested in this scene, go away and try and get an expert, because you won't. As QE said, Nathan said, you couldn't get them in the UK. They ran off. They go away. They look at I'll do this. Yeah. They look at it and they realise they've got nothing. And any academic who knows anything and who's going to go into a bit won't go in with nothing, knowing he's got nothing. And that's why you won't get them. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson's made a specific statement of why he won't even debate with us flat earthers, because I might end up losing the debate and it'll corrupt people's minds. Yeah,
I remember. Yeah.
But the point is that Pat needs to go and do this and see the response, and that should tell him a hell of a lot.
Then find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
I remember.
Crazy.
So check it out. So yeah, thank you for jogging my memory, Adam. Like it, you know, it's people. If we just point out what's weird about everything that's going on, like, hey, do you know that you thought that I was this, and this as a flat earther, but that's actually not the case. And oh, by the way, there are other people who actually argue against the heliocentric model. So, like, pointing weird things out like that is very important. Another important thing to point out is that we all love a good show. I don't care who you are. We all love a good show. You don't want to see Mike Tyson fight some bum up the street. You want him to fight the best villain you think you can find for your hero to prove that he's the greatest of all time. In debates, you want it the same way. There are debates that have been had that people say, man, I want to see this guy and this guy go head to head because I know that those two are the most informed on the subject. Not partly informed, not somewhat an expert, but the leading experts. So now you have people who are pointing out contradictions in the heliocentric model. You want the best person for that scenario along with the best expert from the other side. No one in reality would take the undercard and say this is cool.
I've been asking
what you
for
guys
this
are
for a
doing.
long
Don't you think that's weird?
Hold on. Let me get to this point. Go on, Eli.
So I'm just saying to globe earthers, don't you think that's weird? Oh yeah, isn't he good enough? Isn't Catz good enough? No. Don't you want to see the best of the best? Finally, shut this down. It's ridiculous.
I think the word you're looking for.
I've been asking
Elijah,
for the
champion.
longest time. I've been
Elijah,
asking
the word
for
you're
it
looking
for the long.
The word you're looking for is champion, right? First and the first and foremost, the strongest, the best there is, the champion.
Yeah, the two
That's
belt
what we all
holders.
want to see. We want to see the champions in whatever field go against one another in full passion. That's what everybody would like to see.
Well, I just want to see an expert. There's a guy who's on Pat's channel claiming that he's got a new planet. Okay, so that is directly linked to a heliocentric claim. He's talking about an orbiting rock in a sky vacuum, and he's putting it out there for the audience. That's an expert. That's what I want. All right, okay. This guy claims that the lights in the sky are actually gods and that they create the thunder. Yeah? All right. So that guy's an expert in his Greek mythology. I'd like to challenge him because he's the guy that's coming up with this notion that the sky is made up of gods that create the general nature effects that we see. Right. Now, I don't want anybody else. I want the guy making that claim. Now, Pat has got access to those guys, hasn't he? Making heliocentric claims with expert at the end of their name. Why in unholy fuck would I want a nobody school teacher with a cartoon name when you've got people who are claiming they literally create the rhetoric? The rhetoric I stand against. There he is, claiming it for your audience. I want to challenge him. Or someone like him. Someone that pumps out bullshit about us being in a sky vacuum. I want that person. The one actually pumping out the bullshit that people actually listen to. Is Catz coming up with rhetoric about new fucking planets? No, he is not. That expert that Pat had, he is. I want him. Or someone like him. But you understand by example, I mean, I was quite sarcastic with Pat. Do you need me to explain what a bloody expert is? Thinking this sarcasm shouldn't go over given that they're on your show? Labelled expert? Talking about planets? Yeah? Hello? Oh no, we'll line you up with a school teacher. Why? Why? Did he invent a planet? What the fuck?
Did he have a TED Talk? Does he
Who
talk
do
to
they?
audiences around the world about this rhetoric?
Who do they?
Like, who is this clown, Pat guy? Like, Mr.
I'm
Let me
saying.
turn to my awards behind me to prove something. What? What? Who is this clown? Seriously.
But also, who do they think Nathan is? So is Nathan this frail guy who just got into the gym, no fight experience, no public appearances, nothing? Like, is he that guy, or is he a dude that is just out here on the battleground street arena knocking bitches out? Like, he has to be stopped.
Maybe he should call up Eddie Bravo. Have a talk with Eddie Bravo.
In mafia terminology, it's called a sit down. Nathan, you need to have a sit down.
Oh, that would be good. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
What does that mean?
And what's it might be able to help get the message across that you would have a sit down if you'd like. I don't know if you'd want to, but if Eddie Bravo would like to do like some kind of Zoom interview call or something, that would be explosive. Because you know what? I mean, I guess I can't say he hasn't, but it seems like every few months, every year or so, he does something about flat Earth. Now, the rest of the time, he's doing his own thing. He got his own, other stuff that he talks about. I think it's about that time. I think we could capitalize on the right moment and have you be the guest that he has on the next time he talks about flat Earth. That's all.
Okay, I'm sure he doesn't need any advice or help in terms of ideas for what he does with his day. And no offense, right? But if I was him sitting listening to this, I'd be shaking my head thinking, just fuck off. Right? Give a dog a bone. I don't want to know
wrong,
if it's...
buddy.
I just think get lost.
No.
Okay, I'll reposition it. Right, forget Eddie Bravo for a moment. Right, let's say I shout out somebody, Brian. And as a consequence of me shouting out Brian, he does really well. And he says, hey, Nathan, I've thought of a way that I can utilise you to give me lots more promotion. And I go, all right, you don't think I can figure out ways of doing my own day? If I wanted to do that, I'd just ask you. No, but if you come on my show, that will really give me a boost in terms of, yeah, I'm sure it would. And if I wanted to, I could just ask you, couldn't I, Brian? In fact, if I was to incline that way, I probably would. But you're assuming that I'll be really keen, having helped you, that you should now impose the help you want on me? Get lost. That would be my attitude if I was Eddie Bravo right now, listening to this. God, I hope he isn't.
But Eddie's into the flat Earth. Eddie's into it.
Yeah,
he wants his truth out there.
Yeah, and I'm sure if you're so inclined to do anything of that nature, just do it. What I'm saying is, he doesn't need... I don't know. It's hard to explain. Having been... When I was a rep, the people I dealt with were really rich, and a lot of them were celebrities. Now, what they wanted more than anything else was to be treated normally, right? I'm saying this in a generalised way because that's what they expected from me. They didn't expect me to go, oh, because you're much more popular than me, can you listen to my CD? It would just drive them nuts, right? Now, I know in this respect I've had a shout out from him, but if it was reversed and I was Eddie Bravo and I was more popular and I was shouting out him and I shouted him out, and then after the fact, he came back to me and went, any chance you can shout me out again? Or any chance you can do this, that, and the other for me? I'd be like, this makes me cringe. Just, I'd have asked you.
I get your point. But in my fantasy, that's not the line of thinking that I'm going with. So in my fantasy, I have someone that I know is a champion. Now, everyone has whoever they think are champions. In this example, you're my champion. Now, Eddie Bravo, you like a good fight, right? I got this guy. He's a champion. As a matter of fact, you know about him. I want this guy, this champion, to get out there. And no one will fight this guy. No one of notoriety will actually...
Eli, that's good.
They act like he doesn't exist.
That's good. Yeah.
Hey, talking
Are
about...
you gonna stand for this, Eddie?
Let me get it right. I say how cringeworthy it is.
Let me distract away from the situation quickly, Nathan.
Please, God, Arwin, say this. Yes, Arwin.
All right.
So I really want to hear what Arwin's got to say. Go ahead, Arwin.
Yeah, let me quickly distract away from the situation by officially asking you if you would please join me through Skype on a D-Live stream, right? Because I'm doing D-Live this week, and I don't think that many people on D-Live have heard of you since you stick mostly to YouTube. So maybe if you'd come on my show, like just for a moment, and you can like advertise and plug as much as you want for your channel, as elaborate as you like, then yeah, it'll be in the replay.
Just figured out what's going on, Arwin.
For 3 days.
You're inviting me to do something. Yeah, of course I will. Anytime.
Awesome.
You know that.
Thank you.
Anytime, Arwin.
All right, I'll call you up tomorrow.
Yeah, no. I'll check with the wife first.
Now you see what's the difference between? Hold on. You see what's the difference between Nathan and Arwin compared to Eddie Bravo and Nathan. Nathan and Arwin pretty much are similar in, I guess, popularity. Which Nathan can actually help. Arwin and Arwin can actually help Nathan in getting more people to their D-Live and vice versa. But what would Nathan bring to Eddie Bravo?
Exactly. What's in it for me? You've got it right.
Eddie
Exactly
likes a good
perfect.
fight.
What's in it for me?
There's something though. There is something.
Right. The answer to this question is everything in it for me, and precisely dick all in it for him. Now
That's not true.
Nah, expressing my gratitude.
No, come on, let me. You
Go on
could
then.
give him some personal tips on how to demolish him. You know, you could.
No, I like Eli's premise.
Well, you could
He
just
likes a
listen to
good
the show,
fight, Eddie Bravo.
if anything.
Okay.
So,
God, this is cringeworthy. I've got to be honest, guys.
Well, what else you gonna do, Nathan? These guys are not fighting. It's like me. I like boxing, and the two champions won't get in the freaking ring together because one's scared shit.
Well, we got a bashful champion. We'll have to find someone else. It's all right, Neil.
No,
There's
I don't
plenty
think
of
that's
others.
it. I don't think that's it.
Let him.
See, he
let him
knows
go.
that they're scared shit and they won't get in the ring. Eli, I said this months ago about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'd love to see Nathan destroy him. And Nathan told me he will never. That's it. We're going to deal with the freaking dregs. He did a mafia thing where we get the thugs.
Right.
We don't
that's
get
the
the
problem.
real people. We
This is
get
what I
the
don't
thugs.
understand. And you don't understand that what do they have to gain?
Who are they?
You know, we're like the end of of the
Yeah, it's that. They lose
Hold
when
on,
they fight us.
hold on, wait. When you say what do they have to gain, I understand that. However, they didn't talk about flat Earth to gain from the first place.
That's right. Good point.
They talk about it because they want the truth to get out there. So again, who you gonna call to make that happen? Some lackluster person who it could be this, it could be that, or someone who's like, you motherfuckers don't even know what a hypothesis is. This person's whole department is fucked.
Yes.
I want to see that shit.
You ask who you're going to call again.
Yep. I know.
Go on.
I said Ghostbusters.
But that's basically the conclusion to my point. Like, I mean, they got into this for the truth, and I'm sure they've seen. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know what they've seen because we all have a different anecdotal experience of what's actually going on out there. For all I know, flat Earth is blowing up, and he doesn't have to think about it. He's not concerned because he's like, all right, Nathan is doing his thing, but this shit is blowing up like chicken and broccoli.
I think that's what Nathan can offer. Nathan can offer them a clear, concise explanation of the flat Earth arguments.
Also, Nathan could go on
That's
Sam
probably what they
Tripoli's
don't
show
want.
because Sam Tripoli's show is where Eddie Bravo shouted you out.
It is.
So if you just go on Sam Tripoli's show through Dave Weiss, because Dave Weiss went on there too, Eddie Bravo will come. You don't even have to ask him; he would just show up.
Yeah, but I'm not Sam Tripoli.
Just do his show.
So
Exactly.
now, hold on. Oh God, Sam, if you're listening to this, Sam, I'm so sorry. No. Sam Tripoli has his own brain also, and has definitely got plenty of things he can figure out. And should he want that from me, he would have asked me. What we're doing is we're postulating how somebody else might benefit us and imposing ourselves on them. It's really cringeworthy.
It's a bit parasitical.
Very.
Yeah.
Just say thank you. If somebody shouts you out, right? So Brian I used as an example earlier, and I know he won't take offence, right? So I'll just use the same example. I shout Brian out, and the next thing I know, I've got Brian's new fan base going, it'd be really handy if you were on this, that, and the other show with Brian. I'd be like, what? Just say thanks. Just say thank you, and let me get on with my day.
Just so we know that my view is non sequitur to your view, because I agree with you, that is cringeworthy. But it's equally true that when people are looking for outcomes, they want the champion. So I agree with you. It's non sequitur in my view.
I get it, and people want to manifest these things into reality. I get it. right? But by the same token, that's not going to happen. It'll just put people off. And that's the last thing I want to happen. I don't want, somebody who's been kind enough to give me a shout out to suddenly feel like, what? I'm now under some obligation to do something? Oh, God, why did I ever shout that person out? You know what I mean? That is not the taste I want to leave in someone's mouth when they've done me a favour. I'd just rather say thank you.
Didn't Eddie get in contact with you to see if you could destroy somebody? Didn't he get in contact? Nathan, send me your digits, and he wanted you to destroy somebody, right?
Yeah, there you go. A perfect example. So he wanted something and asked for it. Oh, right. So the guy's got his own brain and well within his limitations to ask if he wants something. Yeah, that's right. And he did. So did he ask me to go on Sound Tripoli's show and talk to him? No. So why would I ask him to ask me to do that? That's just totally unreasonable.
No, Nathan, you're right. You're right on. You're right on your last point. And I also thought about how you're a businessman. So I mean, you have a damn show. It's like, so I totally get it. I totally get it. You're not friends. What? Unlike you and Arwen, what would be the reason that you would try to extend yourself that far after someone's also already did you a kindness that you didn't ask for?
Exactly.
And it's like, I get it. I get it.
Perfect. Thank you for summarising that, because that brought us back to the beginning of how this started. Arwen saying, can you come out and chat? Arwen's my mate. Yeah, I know Arwen really well. Yeah? So when someone like that asks you to do something, well, if they're a good friend, you just say yes. Obviously within parameters. You just go, yeah, okay, whatever. Of course. Love to. You're my friend. Of course I'll come on your show on D Live. Why wouldn't I do that as a friend? So that's different.
It's just a fantasy. Eli, you're behind. I had this fantasy months ago. Actually, years ago. Maybe it'll happen one day. Maybe it will.
The person to pressure isn't somebody that's done you a favour and shouted you out. The person to put that pressure on is the Neil deGrasse Tysons of this world. If you want to manifest those things into existence, right, well, you've got every excuse and every reason to. He has specifically said that he'd never debate flat earthers. Oh, yeah? That's something that can be addressed. That's something that pressure can be put on. He's a public figure in that regard. That's his subject matter expertise, and you can focus on it and challenge him on it. And he's done us no favours, so why would you feel like you're obliged not to do it?
Well, something happens. Like in boxing, when the champion doesn't come out, pressure gets put on them. People start going onto TV and they start saying, come on out. I've been calling you out. They put pressure and then they have to come out and fight. Maybe we need to put pressure on this Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, it's never going to work.
Man, it's like you're asking Mike Tyson to come fight me. I'm just an amateur pro.
Hold on a second. If you're knocking people out at the rate that Nathan's knocking flat earth, ball earthers out and anti-flat earthers, yeah, then you got to be dealt with.
Yeah, but you're knocking out amateurs. You never knocked out an actual heavyweight champion.
Yeah, that's true. Hold on, Neil. Hold on. I want that criticism to come through, because that's a true criticism I'd have to take on the chin.
But they won't get in the ring.
Hold on. This guy, can you just repeat your point? Whoever just said that, you're right, and that's something I'll have to take as a criticism. Go ahead.
So you're knocking amateur. You haven't knocked out a heavyweight champion yet.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah, but it's like
knock out somebody named Mick West.
Can I please make a statement?
Oh, right? hold on. I love how I've got champions on my side defending me. Can you repeat that, please, Chocolate?
Knock out some cornball named Mick West.
Yeah, that was a tag team effort, though. Anthony and myself. Wasn't a single.
Mute, I want to hear Chocolate.
I'm so hype. I'm enjoying this. Go ahead, guys.
That was a tag team effort. Oh, God.
That was a good counterpunch.
It was a tag team effort. Sleeping Warrior and myself.
Okay,
and the other thing is, these champions won't get in the ring.
The
you don't know till you try. That's Alwyn just said no, that won't happen. That's what I've just said could potentially manifest. Just don't harass the people that are supporting you and giving you shout outs. Harangue the people that are literally in that arena. I've tried to make this example clear with an example, because it's of the moment, if you like, or of last week, with Pat Brittenden. There's your expert. Guy tells world, planet. Okay? I want to challenge that. That's what I do all day, isn't it obvious? Well, yeah, you challenge the heliocentric rhetoric all day. I'm going to put you in front of somebody that's an anti-flat earther. I do that all day. Exactly. All I face is amateurs. Right? Well, no, we need to stick with you one of these amateurs, but in a ring with a referee that's on my side. That's what we need. No, I'm not interested in that either. Yeah? Unless we get this ref ship-shape and into an unbiased position, then I don't care. You need to deal with that. Fundies. Yeah? No neutral platform. Somebody from the chat said it today. And it never even occurred to me to voice this, but it's absolutely true. I can't remember who said it in the chat to give him credit. But like, name a neutral platform. You can't find one. There isn't one. Because everybody thinks they're on a sphere, right? So there's us and you. Where's the in-between guy?
Doesn't exist.
Right.
Also, that referee or moderator, I was just talking to somebody about this today, that the referee has to have some type of acumen, science acumen, and a logic acumen, so he could properly adjudicate the debate. Like if I call somebody out for a composition fallacy, right, the referee has to know what that is. Because if he doesn't know what it is, then it's lost. He doesn't know what to do, right?
Yes.
So you can't have some stiff. You have to have somebody that's well versed in the topic and in science and in logic. Period.
Exactly. And that's exactly how I tested Pat Brittenden. So I said, well, obviously we're going to have to get a concession on R. Well, why would I do that? Because to a globe believer, they're like, well, what does that mean? I don't understand this argument. To a flat earther, yeah, that's how we destroy your argument. To an anti-flat earther, it's an unreasonable concession that I'm asking for. Therefore, to be taken as me backing out. Yeah. Pat's reaction to that is me testing whether or not he understands the implications of that argument. Therefore, if it were to come up in debate, so I just went, oh, I don't care if this guy's stupid or not, went up against Catz with him on Cat's side, admitting to be biased and globe-believing, and I say, where'd you get your R value? And then we get 80 repetitions of the same exact thing. And at the end, Pat decides, you're seeking an unreasonable concession. Precisely what he told me, I might add. That's a quote. Well, then I know which way the debate's going to go already. He doesn't understand it, he declared it. I don't understand any of these arguments, but I understand enough of my globe faith to declare it as an unreasonable concession that you're asking for. Yeah? Biased much? You don't even understand the argument, but you're more than willing to side with the opponent because you don't understand the argument. Yeah, you haven't got an R value. I've been saying it for 3 straight years, half of which we've literally debunked it from within your own begging the question fallacy. But you would expect the moderator to understand the argument, be impartial, understand logic and fallacy, so that you don't have to spend all day explaining it to the bloody moderator. You don't understand what a begging the question fallacy is? That's an R value that you're assuming in every instance without proving.
You just made that up.
Exactly.
Can I?
Yeah, exactly. You just made that up. What begging the question fallacy? I've never heard of that. You just made that up. If that's your moderator, yeah, then you're screwed if the guy doesn't understand it. Well, that's the position that Catz needs. He needs an ignorant globe-biased moderator, don't you, Catz? And when your ignorant globe-biased moderator sees me asking for R, he will interpret that to mean I'm backing out when I'm specifically telling him in no uncertain terms that I'm not. But then we all have the audience facing the uncomfortable reality that you don't have R. When the host, who doesn't understand the implications of saying, Nathan says he wants R. Yeah? Yeah, I do. That's right. Because your argument's based on it, and we've debunked it. You just stuck your head in the sand for a very long time over this argument now, didn't you? Well, that's just amusing to me. Doesn't mean that I'm suddenly going to start from square one and detailing something that can be obfuscated indefinitely 80 to 100 times with a fundy I've already faced down and hasn't given me R.
Yeah. So I still want to address something that was talked about like 5 minutes ago by now. You know, when somebody is going to challenge Mike Tyson, it really all depends on the nature of the challenge, whether he's going to take it or not, right? If somebody challenging to a boxing match, yeah, of course, that is his expertise. But if a manager is going to challenge him to a profit run with managing, well, he might not be all that good at that at all. And he'll be like, yeah, no, that's not my expertise. Why would I go for that, right? So Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a debater. He is an explainer for, well, what he defends, the globe model, right? He's an explainer. He doesn't actually go into debates. He just is there to try to clarify how it's supposed to be. So he's never going to go into a debate with Flat Earth. He's already conceded that he would never do that. Why would he do that? Debating is not in his interest of his profession, right? But he might do. Can I finish? What he might do, however, is go up against somebody else for a philosophical discussion. Now, I could personally challenge him for a philosophical discussion about the globe, promising to completely exclude Flat Earth from topics that I bring up. Basically going at it as a ball win. Well, he might actually do that, right? Because I'm not challenging him to a debate about what he champions. I'm just discussing the subject and like, where is this going? What do you think might be problems in the future, etc., etc. Well, that's not going to threaten him in the same way. He might potentially take that. So there you go, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There you go. And if you do want a philosophical discussion with Arwin, write to number 1, Arwin House, PO Box 3059.
My address is pretty open. I have given it out verbally on my show before. He should know my address if he cares.
Arwin, the problem
He'll pop up at your house like Katy Perry.
Arwin33@gmail.com. Email me, and I will do it. I will go on a Skype discussion. Whatever.
He makes house calls, Arwin.
I disagree. You said he's not a debater.
If he wants to, he could find me.
He's like a genie. What you need to do is find the most famous person possible. So let's say, who's that really tall singer that's currently famous? I'm just throwing it out there for anybody to name a random singer.
Oh, what's her name? The famous singer. Oh my gosh, the woman that is
Rihanna.
Perry.
Rihanna. There we go. Perfect. Stop.
All right.
Just any random singer. Rihanna. Right. Somebody needs to get a hold of Rihanna. Right, there's only 6 degrees of separation, so it shouldn't be that hard. Get hold of Rihanna and then sit with her on a Skype call, talking about how Earth is flat, calmly explaining it to her, and the moment she starts nodding along going, Earth's flat, Tyson will appear like a fucking genie.
Yeah, she's from Barbados.
That's interesting. Maybe.
Another
He does it with Joe Rogan.
Another way it could go, Arwin. I like your way, but also you said he's an explainer. So maybe he could explain the first law violation with the atmosphere.
He doesn't make that claim.
That's right.
He doesn't?
No.
That's right.
No. Neil deGrasse Tyson claims Earth turns underneath footballs. Obviously, if you're going to have deflection, you need the ball to be in a second reference frame with Earth turning beneath it. That's what Coriolis is. So he's not going to be explaining any first law of thermodynamics violation because he's not claiming one. He's claiming Earth turns underneath footballs. Of course, he needs to explain why it doesn't turn under the blimp that's filming the game.
Right. So maybe he would explain that.
Well, who knows what the discussion would lead to. As long as I promise I'm not going to nag him with Flat Earth, right? I'm pretty sure that
Arwin, give up on this magic trick, Arwin.
You understand that?
Let's just let Arwin just relinquish his... Hold on a second. Just want to tell Arwin to speak.
Neil deGrasse Tyson that he wants to have a philosophical conversation with him. It's like you wanted to talk to Kanye West.
Yeah. but that's what I was just trying to do. Relinquish Arwen of this fantasy that he's trying to manifest now, because he's saying that we can manifest this if we put pressure on somebody who's a public figure in this regard. But Arwen's gone, I could manifest this. Yes, let's reposition this quickly. Philosophical discussion he'll have. I've seen him having them.
What's wrong with dreaming?
I'm sorry that this is also ridicule, but it is actually a serious challenge, right?
Yeah, but even if he was going to do that, he wouldn't do that knowing you're a flat earther.
Well, I will not
That
be a
won't
flat
happen.
earther.
Yeah,
And any aspect about me referencing flat Earth, he is allowed to ridicule me for it, and I will laugh along right with him. Right? I won't bring it up. I will allow him to ridicule any flat Earth associations that I have. That's all
This is so
fine.
cringy.
I just want to discuss philosophy about the globe Earth. That's all.
One thing you said that wasn't right.
What if
You
he-
said he's not a debater. I'm going to be quick. He said he's not a debater. He's an explainer. I disagree. He's a masturbator.
Okay.
That's
So
not
what
debating.
what if instead what if instead he does what he is already on record for doing, and what all of the real heliocentrists are on record for doing, which is get into the philosophy of flat Earth? Because why would he get it? I guess he could go into philosophy, but he would probably ask you if you were prepared to go into the philosophy of flat Earth. What would you say then?
No, he wouldn't. You don't seem to understand him at all. And everything that I've said leading up to this. No, he specifically won't do that.
Okay.
No. Hold on. No. He's saying, if you were to be asked, hello, Owen, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. What have you got to say on the philosophy of flat Earth?
I'd have to think about it. What do I have to think about? I would probably say, yeah, I think it's a natural element routed into the need to oppose whatever narrative is given and oppose ourselves, just like teenager rebellion. That's probably what I would start out with.
I think he already fucked you by asking philosophy instead of actually the observed world that we live in.
Duh. You think that I don't see that? I know. I've already
But that's
said
the route he
yeah.
would go.
Yes, that's fine.
It's
I know.
not fine because he won't do it, knowing that you're a flat earther. Even if you promise that, I'm just gonna be baller and just talk to you about the philosophy of it, he knows you can snap in a second back into flat earth, and he'll be destroyed after that.
I know.
So
that's
he won't
why
ever
won't
do it.
that.
Even if he would do it, he wouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
That's
I mean,
right.
we're talking
He
about
could.
fantasy shit because he's already said he ain't gonna do it at all.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the confidence. I think that it could be possible at some point. People are bound to take notice, at least of the consistency and the foresight that I've put into the entire field for years now. Not to toot my horn too much, but I have. And I'm also actually actively from a flat earth position even defending, why should there be a globe religion, right? What does this mean in the face of creation and all that, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that it is a possibility. Maybe not right now, but on the long run, it might be. And I have the door open for if that event might arrive.
Yeah. Well,
You will have to have over
I think,
a million
given that
subs.
potentiality, especially if you have over 1 million subs, there's this weird process that, well, I guess it's not weird. I guess it's just what you have to do when you have to protect your character. So I could see him saying, well, I'll agree to a sit down so long as it's documented, and so long as it's my people that maintain control over the editing. Then I could see him doing something like that.
Dude, he will ask for. This is the questions you can ask me.
Well,
shit.
I mean, if you had Pat Britton as the moderator, he'd say, I don't give a shit about your conditions.
I find that a reasonable assumption that he would demand such conditions. I would have a very specific counter condition, and that is that I have a veto right at the end of production, that I get to see the final product as presented and get a say over whether I accept or not, right? Something in that direction. And then it's fine, right? Then I can always decide, like, okay, will I allow him to do this or not? And it's up to him then, right? So as long as that condition is there, that I have some form of veto right over whether it is eventually publicized, then I'm okay with that. Of course he wants to edit shit. Of course he does.
What's the point, though, Arwen?
People getting to hear there's a guy out there in the Netherlands that talks about a lot of visualization and just like science fiction interested philosophy, etc. It's called advertisement.
Yeah, but I thought we wanted to punk him, right? Like, not hear the same stuff he says all the time. We want to punk him.
I do?
You know what's
Don't
crazy
you?
about science fiction?
I'd rather punk him.
No. No, I don't.
Well, what's crazy about science fiction is that they'll say people and the story in it is the fake part, but the environment is the real part. That's what people assume, but actually it's all fiction. Anyway.
4 more hours.
It's never gonna happen. That's what we have to understand that.
Turns out there's a magic speed.
I want a numerical value to that magic speed.
Never gonna happen. They're never gonna come into the arena. They're scared.
Arwen, you should run a psyop on them and send a little kid in with an earpiece, and then you feed the kid questions.
That is really creepy. I will not. No, I'm gonna do it this honest. I'm gonna take my time, because in the entire time I know I'm on the winning side, and the winning side always has time, right? As soon as you're losing, as soon as you're lying, your time runs out. The meter starts running. God is paying attention.
That reminds me of this book I read where this, I forgot how it went, but this girl, she challenged the 2 best chess players in the world. That she wanted to play them. She knew nothing about chess, but she could beat them simultaneously. So how she did it was, there was one guy in one room, one guy in the other room, and she would go hop back and forth. She goes to one room, the guy makes a move, she goes to that room, and she makes the same move on the other guy. So in essence, they were playing each other.
Ah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was a very good move in a Jackie Collins book.
It's funny you say that. I've been watching these
You would
videos
have
of
to
this
have the
girl
correct
actually
entries.
doing that right now, running around and challenging all the chess champions of New York. She's just sitting there challenging them and kicking their asses. It's pretty dope, actually.
She's probably doing the same thing. She's probably letting them play each other.
But Neil, what do you
well,
do?
it's like outside. It's in New York where they got like the chessboard set up and shit.
Oh yeah. So she's
Manhattan.
just nice then.
Yeah, she's
Tell her to
nice
see me on
with it, bro.
14th Street, or tell her to see me. Tell her to see me watch Square right now. What's
really?
I'm lying. I can't play chess
Neil,
for
it would
shit.
only work. It would only
Yo, but
work.
she's nice with it, bro. She's taking out hustlers that have been holding down those blocks for a minute, and she's just walking in there like with a dress on, looking all nice. It's like, what the hell? It's pretty dope. I don't know her name, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Right. I wanted to comment that the setup for what you said, Neil, would only work if, like, the first move was made by one of either opponents, right? Because if she
That's
would
how she
have to
did it.
start, can I finish? If she would have to start the move, it would never work, right? Also, if both opponents had the first move instead of her, then it wouldn't work either.
But in the
So
book,
it
that's how
requires a
she
very
did it.
specific entry setup. God, can you guys?
Because I'm trying to tell you, in the book, that's how she did it. She let them make the first move. And then she took that guy's first move and went to the other guy and did it on him.
Yeah, but that only works in a very specific setup, because if both make opposite contradicting moves, then you can't mirror them anymore. See?
Right,
It
it's called the
requires a
Jackie
specific
Collins book.
start setup.
Yeah, it only works in a Jackie Collins novel.
All right, that's all. That's all I want to say.
Okay, ladies.
No, because I thought the same thing. I said, well, that's stupid, because why wouldn't they make her move first? Then I had to realize it was in a novel.
I'll go away for a bit. I come back and you're talking about Jackie Collins novels. What's going off?
I lost control. I went and made a coffee and I came back to this.
Is it like Oprah's book club? What
What do you got against Jackie Collins?
She's a lovely fella.
She's the number one. She's the number one books being read in prison. I could tell you that. Gino the Ram Santangelo. Cheap lady boss.
I didn't want to join in. I wasn't going to bring a book of my own.
When I left to make a coffee, we were talking about Arwen discussing philosophy with Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, I mean, I thought that was a good enough subject to walk off and make a coffee to.
And then Neil brought up this weird chess match book from somebody.
Well, it's actually called the Queen Bandit.
Of chess.
Mr. Adam, say again.
There's talk about they're trying to change the rules of chess, trying to liven it up a bit, I think. And one of the rules is if whoever starts, the next person gets 2 goes.
What?
I know, crazy shit out there, isn't it?
No.
That's tricky.
Sorry.
I've heard of that rule. I've heard.
I just want to check. Are you making this up, Adam? This is just nonsense.
No, it was on Talk Sport the other day when I was driving. They mentioned it. It's just kind of, I think they were saying there's so much of an advantage to the start being white, that it'll be white starts, but then black gets 2 moves.
Why?
Just to mix it up and make it more new pathways as well, so that they're not so, they've got to figure new ways out, so it's not so rhythmic.
Right, otherwise the starter will always have a brutal advantage because they can determine everything.
Yeah. So what about, are they open to some more suggestions, or what about the Queen doing a Hayuken? Would that spice things up?
I like that one. I like that.
They should be able to introduce special pieces.
I mean, what about adding snakes and ladders to the board?
Game on, isn't it?
That's right, man. We need more chess pieces. We need a bigger board.
Yeah, that's even better. Just add more squares.
The other more
that would be weird. Can you imagine a bigger chessboard?
No, chess is chess, and this is nonsense.
It would be super chess, wouldn't it?
Can y'all hear Adam?
Yeah, we can.
I'm quite good at waiting. I was going to say the other sensible thing they suggested was to have pieces in different starting positions, so rooks and bishops and lights moved around, and see if that could be different at each point for different games, which makes it probably more difficult to have a pre-strategy.
That's actually quite interesting that you could have an option between different arrangements of how you set up the board, like three options or more, where the behind pieces can be rearranged in a very specific.
With that old god in the background.
That's great. Somebody's got a question, Nathan.
Well, let me just round this out before you ask it. I mean, this is an outrage. It's akin to letting people play Super Mario on a PC instead of on an original NES console. It's a fucking outrage, right? And I want to hear no more of it, Adam.
Hey, the most sensitive topic of the day. I do apologise for my blasphemy.
As you should. Go ahead, QE.
Somebody had a question. They wrote it. They didn't write the question. They wanted to ask it.
Are they in here? No? Yeah?
I think it's the necessary antecedent if they want to ask it for them to be here.
What the heck?
It's like they're not hearing you, I think. It's weird.
I can hear you. Hey, Nathan, can you hear the guy asking the question?
No. Who's asking it?
Hey, Roger, drop out, come back in again.
Better?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. So I remember a few months ago, Simon Dan coming into your YouTube chat, and he posed a debate to you with Catz, right? Wanted to pay your expensive and yada yada yada. And now this guy comes up and he wants to do a debate with Catz again. I mean, is that a trick? What are they up to?
I don't really know what you're asking.
Yeah, well, it's weird, right? They first Simon Dan fronts Catz for a debate. He wanted to pay for the expensive and yada yada, and now this other guy with 1 million stubs comes in and then asks you for a debate, and he also fronts Catz. Feels like it's just a setup or something. I mean.
Okay. I mean, the bit about people fronting each other, that bit I don't follow. Maybe that's been put out on their channels, which I don't watch. But I think
What I mean is they put out Catz as the one they want you to debate, right?
Yeah.
Twice now.
So you're saying funny coincidence. Somehow the stars align for Catz to be the one put in a position where he's facing me off. Is this an open door to him?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a coincidence. I mean, Globers and anti-flat earthers, right? Knowing anti-flat earthers, that isn't a coincidence.
So why wouldn't he just come on the show?
That's what I was going to say.
Because they need this, right? They need this. So they first tried to bait you with Simon Dan and then Catz, and now this. They need this. It almost feels like a trap, some sort of trap. I mean,
okay. I mean, if
Surely
you interpret
they've
it,
got a whole body of science.
hold on. Let me just hello. Can I just answer his question? Number one, I have no idea. I can't divine their thoughts. Number two, Brian had the same idea. When he put it to me, I brushed him off. In other words, I fobbed him off. So take that as you like.
Okay. Well, that would be then my speculation. Take it as you will.
Nathan,
if a third person, hold on. Oh God, my God. If a third person puts this forward and actually has something more substantive, then I'll maybe pay it a bit of attention. But for now, I'm just going to fob you off the same as I fobbed off Brian. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Again, this is my speculation. So anyway,
I
carry
say
on.
stick to your guns, Nathan. Just freaking, you have an open debate, open chat. You can come on anytime. You could pop in. Anybody could join. You're right here every day. You want a piece of me, buddy? You know where to find me.
I think respectfully to Pat, probably doesn't realise that what he's offering his listener is, if Catz had any balls, something that could happen Monday to Friday every single day, yeah, week after week. There's nothing new there that's being offered to us. That door's open. If you want to tempt Nathan, then get him the bloke that finds planets, and he'll turn up. But if you're offering him Catz, who wants it? It's here every single day. If they had anything to bring, they'd bring it to us.
And if they're worried about being treated fairly, they should really start listening to other debates where if somebody has a claim, it's heard all the way through.
All I know is without the balloon, there could be no pressure. So I don't know what's going on other than that.
Pressurized room.
Is that the same thing as a room with gas pressure?
So Hillbilly Blue Balls did the same thing that Catz did to Tommy, right? He rephrased it.
We said, gas pressure requires a container if you are talking about pressurized gas, end quote.
It doesn't have to.
Oh my god.
It's a
Did find a citation that says a container is required to have gas pressure. You cannot find it.
Well, gas pressure requires a container if you're talking about pressurized gas.
I guess he found it.
Thank you, Quantum Eraser, for sending me the clip.
You got to get rid of that laugh, though, QE.
My pleasure. I like
No
the
way.
laugh, and he fucking stays.
That's right.
I actually gave you a pass on that earlier. I was like, I don't know if you were here or not, but I was saying, you've got a fair right to put gong noises in when someone's, oh my god, there's somebody with a chainsaw right out my window. Hold on.
I was like, what the hell? Somebody starting a guitar back there?
Professional of him, innit? That's just...
It's Catz! Help me, help me! No, it's
Now you should play that laugh.
It's a funny one, that statement, because he obviously thinks he's saying something clever that has a caveat, or he is just completely lost.
It's just hilarious that he said, show me a citation that you could have gas pressure without a container or something. You won't find it. Next statement. Gas pressure requires a container. Talk about pressurized gas. Bro, what?
Didn't he show up with a couple of containers demonstrating
Bro,
that
I have a
his gas pressure
screenshot of him saying, I have a screenshot of him typing in the chat one day, I need a citation that a pipe, an open pipe is a container.
Oh, I've got a screenshot of him saying that it's an open container.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't make this up.
Yeah. So I've sat in a chat watching Blue Marble chat and waited for him to literally say, well, a pipe's an open container. Like, so a container then. Hello.
Yeah, his demonstration requires at least 2 containers.
To prove no container.
The problem is, we say, how can you have gas pressure without a container? They hear, how can you have gas pressure with an open container? No. Without a container. They hear what they want to hear.
Okay, so why can't you have gas pressure without a container?
Because it would have nothing to press on.
Here we go.
Okay. And what happens when you open a container?
The gas fills the space.
Oh, okay. So what does it show when you show you can have gas pressure with an open container?
That gas will follow the laws of entropy and fill the availability of volume.
Yeah, but if you can establish that you can make a gas pressure with an open container, what does this show?
That you can temporarily achieve gas pressure in an open container, and that with time entropy laws still apply?
What does
My
it show?
bad. Why was it that response got you talking through me? Why was it that response got you talking through me? Why was it that response? Why was it that response got you talking through me? What was it about that one?
You put words in my mouth, and that's why I repeated my question, because you were not answering my question. You were tagging on my question and answering that.
Okay, go on. Ask your question again that apparently I rephrased.
What does it show if you can establish that you can make gas pressure in an open container?
That you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Oh.
Is an open container a container?
Sorry, did that answer phase you in some way? You just went, oh. You see, the demonstration was supposed to be demonstrating gas pressure without a container. And what it proves is that you need a container.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That
so hold on. Sorry, yes. You don't need to talk. Thank you. Yes. Sorry, why are you still talking? Why are you fundy muting me?
Why are you still?
When you agreed with me?
Yes. What's your deal? What's your problem, huh?
Yeah. You need to fundy mute me. So Blue Marble's wrong then. When he turned up with 2 containers to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and you ask, what does it demonstrate when you've got gas pressure in an open container? It demonstrates that Blue Marble's a complete fuckwit. Because he needed containment for his gas pressure, now didn't he? He said it was demonstrating gas pressure without a container, in spite of him having gas pressure inside a container. So it shows how stupid he is.
I'd really like to hear what this guy thinks.
Can I ask him one thing? Ed Master, is an open container a container?
That's not a hard question.
Ed Master, I know you heard me. Is an open container a container?
Blue Marble says no, even though it's in the title, because he's stupid. But he's not going to answer because whatever his name is, has figured out that this will only end up in Blue Marble looking like a complete idiot.
But contain.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. We're waiting on a response. You asked me a question, now you seem to have gone completely silent. What's going on? Okay, well then let's sum up. And undoubtedly he'll regain control of his vocal cords as soon as I summarise the position, which is that we ask how you can have gas pressure without a container, and a complete idiot, known as Blue Marble Science, turned up with 2 containers.
I still want to know what it proves that you can have a temporary gas pressure in an open container. The fact you can create a pressure differential temporarily with containment, not full, but partial, so an open container. What does that prove? If I'm happy to accept that. So what does that prove?
It proves that you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
I wasn't asking you. Go ahead, Marty or Morty or whatever your name is. Flashing, but I can hear nothing.
Re-log in on Discord.
Okay, go ahead, Neil. I give up on him.
What a funny coincidence. At that moment, all of communications stops.
Of course.
It's not a coincidence.
Oh, do you want to get a bit closer to your mic there? So, Blue Marble said that he demonstrated gas pressure without a container, but he had 2 containers. Don't tell the children. You asked me this question.
Creepy. Do you know that?
Do I know what?
That you guys are creepy right now?
Sorry, that's an ad hominem attack. So I point out that Blue Marble Science is a complete numpty dipshit and has asserted that you can have gas pressure without a container. Here's my demonstration. It's got 2 containers. And your answer to that is total silence for about 2 straight minutes and then telling me that I'm creepy.
Creepy.
Yeah, creepy. So that's your response. That's an ad hominem fallacy.
Right now, like your panel that you have.
Hey, Master
Right now,
O'Connell.
it's
I asked you a
being
question
creepy.
before. You didn't respond. Is an open container a container?
Don't seem to be getting an answer there. Do you want to tell us we're creepy again? Got total silence. Followed by an ad hominem, maybe?
No.
Mutter
Before
than
that,
ad
you were
hom?
being creepy. Right now, you're not. Right now, you're talking normally. See the difference?
So you've been
That's
asked,
what I'm talking about.
You've been asked if an open container is a container?
Yeah, I don't answer loaded questions.
Get lost.
It's not a loaded question, you numpty dip.
So let me get this straight. You're going to ask me about what it proves when you've got an open container with gas in it. And I say it proves you need containment. And then when I say that proves that Blue Marble Science, who's asserted that that's a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, because he thinks an open container is not a container, making him stupid at a fundamental level. But you don't answer questions we put to you. We expected to answer only questions you put to us. All right. That seems very unreasonable. Shame. You know, obviously, if you weren't an anti-flat earth dick, then we might get a decent discussion here, but you're just an anti-flat earth dick who wants to tell us we're creepy when we point out how stupid your religion is. Of a sky vacuum, that would be gas pressure without a container.
Would much prefer if you weren't creepy.
Oh, really? Well, yet you hang around here, so you like to hang around with creepy people?
On your panel there.
Do you want to answer my
That's
question? Do you like
seriously
hanging around
creepy.
with creepy people? You're claiming we're creepy. You've come here by choice and are hanging around with us.
I would.
So by definition, you like hanging around by people you describe as creepy, and you choose to hang around with people you describe as creepy.
Definitely makes him creepy.
That makes you creepy as fuck. So you see people as being creepy and you choose to hang around with those creepy people. Weirdo.
Okay, so.
Yeah, not okay. You're just a dick. You're using an ad hominem fallacy rather than attacking how Blue Marble's wrong.
No, but let's just expand on this, right? Because he only thinks we're creepy and therefore wants to hang about with us. It doesn't necessarily make us creepy, but he definitely thinks himself is creepy because he wants to hang around with creepy people he thinks are creepy. You're creepy.
To hang around with you. Second, I didn't say that you were creepy people. I was saying that you did behave in a creepy way at that moment.
I see. So you like to hang around with people who you perceive as behaving in a creepy way. And when you perceive them as hanging around in a creepy way, you still hang around with them. And you still talk to them. And you're still generally associated with them, even though you perceive their behaviour to be creepy at that time. I see. That makes you weird.
Yeah, you're sick. You want sick.
I am. And then when one of those creepy people ask you, "Is an open container a container?" you say, "I don't answer loaded questions."
Correct.
I just want to.
That's not a loaded
serious.
This man just said, "Yes, I am." So
yeah,
it's
not a loaded question. Number one, it's not a loaded question. Number two, all the new people listening out there, this is what it descends to with your heliocentric spinning ball space monkeys.
No. That's not my position at all.
Conversation. He was asked a simple question. Is an open container a container? It's just a simple question. It's an easy question, but he wants to talk about how creepy things are. So this is what it descends to, because we're dealing with numpty dipshits of megalithic proportions. This is what we got. This is where we're at.
Yeah,
all
correct.
People out here. That's the team you're on.
Exactly. And it won't matter if I repeat Chocolate's question to him or Chocolate repeats it to him in excess of 80 times. He'll focus on how creepy he perceives us to be and talk through us, making the example clear, with context. Why are we asking him whether an open container is a container? Because it's very specifically declared not to be a container by Blue Marble Science, who has taken 2 containers and titled the video Gas Pressure Without a Container. That's why it's being asked. Coincidentally, you were asking me about an open container now, weren't you? So this came up because you asked me about it, and then when I ask you about it, it descends into total chaos.
Well, we became creepy because he was not answering a question. Funny, if you just answered a question.
Correct.
Then we don't have to get creepy.
The thing is, Neil,
don't
if
answer
words
those
don't
questions.
have meanings, right, then it's perfectly okay to label a open container as not a container. But they do.
No.
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 No, but you can make deductions from what would happen without a container from an open container with the reason.
Sorry, because an open container is like no container, is it? So basically, yes, you're saying an open container is like no container. So an open container is no container.
No.
No, that's right, it's not. Blue Marble Science says it is, though.
No.
Yes, he does. He's a complete tard, and he's saying title of video, gas pressure without a container, and then he's presenting two containers, so yes.
Mm-hmm.
So with regards to Blue Marble's thing and your statement just there, you just said, yeah, we can kind of figure out what would happen without a container with the open container. Wouldn't it be simpler, especially in Blue Marble's case, to just let the gas go out of the first container and not have the open container, the pipe, to see what happens? It will just disperse. Yeah? It's not hard, mate. You don't need to have an open container to guess what will happen without a container, do you? It's a really odd statement.
Sure.
But it still doesn't answer the question whether or not an open container is a container, does it?
Well, where do you get the gas pressure from in the first place anyway?
You see how that's a tactic, right, Headmaster? For you to say that that's a loaded question. That's a very simple question. I can ask a 5-year-old that.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, the question being loaded or not does not.
But the problem is that it's not a loaded question. That's what you have to say because you have no response.
Look, Chocolate, the question isn't whether or not the question of an open container being a container or not. The question of whether or not this is a loaded question is the question that we will be talking about here. That's what Headmaster has made clear. That's the question. Whether or not it's loaded. Not whether or not an open container's a container.
No, I don't answer loaded questions.
What, the same question you asked me? Your question posed to me was about exactly that, though, wasn't it? So it was loaded when you asked me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Raj.
What premise did I take that you were not agreeing with in my question?
Sorry, do you want to mutter that a bit quieter? What premise did I not agree with when you asked me a question?
Yep.
That a container...
This is infinite regression.
that a container isn't a container.
No.
No. Yeah, I'd agree with you. Yeah, that's right. A container's a container. So when somebody puts on...
premise of what I was
Sorry, do you want to talk through this? Talk through this, maybe? Maybe talk through this. So when somebody labels their video gas pressure without a container, and they have an open container, that would be them being wrong. Do you understand?
Oh, God.
Mutter for me.
Sure, buddy. Sure.
Sure? Hey, Blue! This guy's on your side, and he knows you're wrong.
Sure.
Sure, yeah. Two containers isn't gas pressure without a container. Sure. Yeah, Blue Marble's wrong, then. By your own side, Blue. They're all telling you how wrong you are, Blue. Hello?
What's my side again, Nathan?
Sorry?
What am I?
What? Blue's wrong. Gas pressure without a container is not demonstrated by way of open container.
Talking about Nathan.
Nathan, could I just have a second? Because we were talking earlier about what an anti-flat earther is, and John's already chipped in once. And for the listeners, listen to this. This is where an anti-flat earther has to go. He's either got to do an infinite regression about what the nature of the question and the motivation of the question, what you were thinking.
Can you please stop with
what he's doing now, which is just obviously getting to a pathetic level so that he doesn't have to admit that his buddy anti-flat earther mate has made a fool of himself, and that he can't even agree with the statements that he makes in the video. It's beyond ridiculous. He's certainly not honest, and it certainly hopefully demonstrates this is not a ball earther's position. What you're listening to. This is somebody whose existence is derived because we flat earthers are here. He only exists to try and oppose us.
Not
Yeah, that's
opposes
why-
with truth, but with nonsense.
That's why Flat Earth is in his name. Anti-Flat Earther.
What the fuck? I'm not here to oppose you. I was
Really?
coming on asking two simple questions, and the reasoning behind those questions got completely derailed, and I got asked loaded questions instead that were premising something that was
He's back to his loaded question.
We're talking
in
about
line with-
containers, weren't we?
That was
Weren't we talking about containers?
Fucking
Didn't you
God.
interject purposely
was
while we were
completely-
talking
was
about containers?
ignoring the reasoning that I was putting forth with my line
I
of
hate that you
questions.
just fucking
Just
talk to
soap his
people,
Muppet.
bro.
No, that's all
Elmer
right.
Fudd soap his Muppet.
Go
Shut
on then.
up.
What was
And
the
then in
reasoning?
response, I get told I'm putting forth ad hom fallacies when I'm pointing out that you're behaving in a very creepy way by you're whispering and you're whistling and stuff.
Shut up.
Right? And then
Tired of listening to your dumbass. Shut up.
That was me. I was simulating the wind in an open desert, like.
Yeah, because there was
Tumbleweed,
total
wasn't it?
silence. 'Cause I know
Tumbleweeds
you
are
wanted
what it
to claim we were creepy, but we asked you a question and you totally ignored it. I.e., is an open container a container? I mean, you asked me what the implications of gas being in an open container were, and I said that it needed containment. So I've just summarised your position that you asked me about, and I answered it. But what, that's me obfuscating your question, or avoiding it, or repositioning it? No, I just answered it.
What is creepy is we all heard Arwen do tumbleweeds. Yet Ed interpreted that as Arwen subtly blowing his hair in a creepy way. You're creepy, Ed.
Yeah, Ed.
That's not Ed. That's not Ed.
Oh, wait.
That's another clown.
Whoever it is, they're creepy, man. I think
Well,
Arwen
that's the
doing
funny
tumbleweeds
part,
is
right?
Arwen
Because at that
doing
particular
cuckoos in their
part,
ear.
he went very silent and then came back with, I don't answer loaded questions. So I feel like he took that time to come up with that response. Because the response to that question is devastating to his entire reasoning for coming in here in the first place. Isn't that right, Ed
This
Master?
is, yeah, he jumped. This
Jump
is
ship.
the second time he did this.
Clown.
Yeah, we heard the same giggling during his pathetic attempt to obfuscate away from the question he was asked, with lots of silences, claiming we were creepy, and then saying that his question was avoided, which it wasn't. But John summarised it beautifully. I'm glad he interjected at that point to say, listen, audience, that's of an anti-flat earther. Yeah? Can he just admit that the word container's in open container? No, of course he can't. Well, why not? Well, because he's got a gas pressure without a container belief. Sky vacuum, that'll be us with pressure, not filling the space. So it's fundamental to his religious belief. So he'll sit all day telling us that we're obfuscating his question. And it's not about whether or not an open container's a container or not. It's about whether or not that's a loaded question. So let's debate whether or not asking about whether an open container is a container is a loaded question or not. Let's debate that for 10 minutes. Yeah? Anti-flat earther.
His name is Ad Masto. ADMASTRO or TO, Ad Masto.
Apologies, Ed. Yeah. Ad Masto. You're creepy, dude.
He's gone now.
He's still creepy. He's creepy knowing that he can come back. Just, I mean, what a pathetic
you
attempt
guys-
at distraction.
You guys are rocking in late, right? So why don't you just roll right into my live show? It's not that long from now.
What?
Nathan's there.
I get some tea, lads. But you can't
The
advertise
live
this
show.
here, though, John.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was talking.
I said you can't
ahead.
advertise that here, though, because it's not on there till later, is it? But yeah, I'll see you later, mate.
Oh no, I'm not advertising at all. I know the deal. I was just asking. Nathan's like 4 more hours. He's saying heck with that, 6 more hours. Just roll right into my live show.
It's just because I don't.
Right.
My wife's
we
disappeared.
just have one more live or one more after show hour to go, and then we could roll straight on into Kiwi's
Nathan got open crib. That's what it is.
I don't know when my
the wife's not around. Cool.
Yeah, she's
Where's she
disappeared.
at?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. So, I'll give it another however many minutes, and then jump straight onto filing a missing persons report or something. She's obviously taking the kids out somewhere that takes longer to get back from. So as she's not here, I thought, well, I'll take advantage of that.
Did she go shopping?
I just literally said 25 seconds ago I didn't know.
I'm just saying, if you went shopping, maybe, you know.
Back to a question that Riley's posed. I don't know if anybody, just to bring it back to Flat Earth rather than Nathan's domestic situation. He's claiming, he's saying, the Rumpus is doing a Bedford level observation. He's wondering if I want to go. But he's got no idea when it's happening. Useful like that, isn't he, Riley? Gets you all excited. Then, he says all that, and then he sends me another text saying, if you do, you need to find out when it's happening. It's like, right. Totally Riley, that, isn't it? So if anybody does know, give us a shout out. That'd be great to go and watch.
But why would you go anywhere near that numpty? I would have to call the mental health service. You know, the goose wagon with all the guys in the white with the long 10-penny nail needles. Anywhere near him.
I'd love to go and see it.
Emergency mental health services.
Look, if I was called upon to make an appraisal, Arwin, I'd do it. But that's the end of there. I'd want to go and just watch it being done. I think it'd be quite cool. Whether it was the Rumpus in the river in his waders or me, you know what I mean? But soon to see the Rumpus in his waders.
There's a Roy Chubby Brown joke in there. He says to his wife, "Yeah, you can tell all your mates I'm no gynecologist, but I'll have a bloody good look at it for him."
I use that on the count.
But just imagine with these people, the anti-flat earthers that we know, right? Just imagine a science fiction movie scenario. What if in the future, at some point, lying actually became illegal? These people would be so much trouble.
Didn't I say this earlier? George Carlin joke about basically everyone's full of shit. The problem, I didn't get to make this point actually, and I think I rambled on about some non sequitur as I do. But the problem we face, if you want to call it a problem, it's actually a bonus, is that we're held to task to a much higher standard in terms of what we say. Any minor, you misplace a comma and they're on it like flies on shit. Well, that is good because it keeps you frosty and stops you from just spouting out bullshit. Because if you do, the opponent will be all over it and point it out to you, how it's bullshit. Well, if you haven't learnt that already and you're on the flat earth side, then that's your problem. But for us, the tables have turned now. We're talking about Quantum Eraser's show where he's highlighting the very, very high level of bullshit from Blue Marble Science. Now that's the reverse. Because he's confident in his appeal to consensus, he's got the world behind him, he can just do his cursory search, listen to some boring idiot that's told him that it conserves momentum, cobble together an explanation and put it out there on a video. But then he has to suffer the same thing. Oh yeah, Billy bullshitter. So the thing's spinning after the fact, is it? No. Or as QE would do it, wrong. But most people bullshit, Arwin. Most people's day, general people, spend a lot of their day bullshitting people, stuck in shit.
I know what you mean. It does happen. Unfortunately, it's just... Right, these people that we deal with, they really make it their profession in a direct way, right? So I'm just trying to imagine, like, one day, who knows, the New World Order is defeated, no more globalism, blah blah, whatever, science fiction, you know what I mean? What if suddenly lying would become illegal for some reason, right? These people would be so screwed because they're all just neurotically doing that constantly. Like, oof, I wouldn't want to be them.
But who are they lying to? Ultimately, they're lying to themselves, but they project that onto us, Arwin.
Yes, I know.
Recognise
but that's still a lie, though.
It's still a lie, but recognise that...
If you keep it internal, that's okay. But if you project it onto others, then you are lying to others. Even though it was originally meant for yourself.
No, I agree. But by the same token, if you highlight the fact that they're lying to themselves, then you recognise what is actually happening. They're in cognitive dissonance, they're in cognitive pain, and they're projecting that onto you. And I'm not disagreeing with you, that is still lying. There's a reason why someone like Rumpus gets banned when on a live show he starts lying to the audience. You know, that's not tolerable as far as I'm concerned. As for banning lies, I'm trying to sort of dilute it a little bit when I say bullshitting. I mean that people will just talk shit all day, pretend that they know something they've had a cursory glance at. That's what I mean by bullshitting. Yeah? Well, the bullshit in our arena's highly criticised and pointed out, and then suddenly you become a little bit more vigilant about how and why and what you present and how you present it. Or at least I have. Maybe you haven't. I don't know. Less bullshit.
Yeah, you become a little bit more intellectually honest.
Right.
It's okay for you to say, there's this thing I don't know. Well, and why do I say I don't know? Because I don't know.
We're in a spot where a lot of lies come passing by, and we all grow to adapt against it. So if you're going to be here, you got to realize that, yeah, everybody gets to learn to see through this shit really quickly. So we have to personally adapt not to become part of the target, right? So, yeah, avoid lies. And we can. We learn to adapt. We learn to let it go. We no longer need the lies. There's so much maneuvering room within truth. All you have to do is stay confident, not be bullshitted.
It's easier said than done, especially when I described earlier my attempts to relinquish myself of propaganda. If you're going to say, well, free yourself of the lies, okay, what are lies? Well, propaganda's just lies. Well, I want to steer clear of it, but I'm subject to it whether I like it or not. And you kind of got to go out of your way to avoid some of these lies. And even then, if you're walking around my town, you'll see an advert that's got a globe on it.
No, but that's not what I mean. I don't mean avoid all propaganda, right? You got to actually deep dive into propaganda to understand how it is propaganda and why it is there, right? That's the deeper search of truth within all the information that we get confronted with, that we all do. We all have to do it, right? And sometimes it's too tough and slows us down, and then we just put it to the side and we don't pay too much attention, right? But we all dig into everything to figure out, is this true or not? Kind of like the scientific method, right? You have to actually perform the method to falsify or prove true the hypothesis, right? You have to dip into it. You have to test it, whether it is true or not. So you have to engage to prove it.
Right on. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's extended after show possible. Nothing else to watch afterwards, so I can't encourage you to stay tuned, but if you'd like to get £50 for swapping your UK electricity supplier to Octopus Energy, then there's a link in the info box below this video. Another massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, hitting the PayPal link and joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!